recording, which hopefully we will not need. So, Internet, I hope you can forgive us for a slight delay in our starting time here. We had to do little discussions because because there's been a slight change. Sheep will playing Willigeth will no longer be joining us for an indeterminate period. Of course, this is our last session before a 2-week break during Christmas. We should be back. We should be back afterwards. We'll see if we change day or if something happens, but we'll be back after Christmas.
Yeah, the Christmas Eve one is one thing, and I believe Aries getting plastered on New Year's Eve. I believe that's what's happening.
Incredibly drunk. I mean, I think that's
yes. Almost... That's what I do on New Year's Eve.
That might be fun to roleplay if you just...
I mean, I don't drink, but Ari, you could call her aquatic at that point. Breathing the stuff.
Yeah, that's the reason I play a water breathing class. It's just that,
Ari gained the aquatic subtype.
And the day after, we would have an aberrant on the team. So let's, we'll see that one off too.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. With that though, the game can get it back to business. So let me shift our little screen here to show.
No holiday bird for them still.
He's here behind. You can almost, if you look at this map.
Yeah, but that's not a holiday bird. That's your normal bird. Oh, there we go.
No.
I see. Your initial screen has the normal bird, but the holiday bird is
the one that's sort of stalking down here. He certainly has. He's a little creeper.
That fucking bird! It's haunting.
He's always part of it down here.
Angry that damn poof ball is in his eye.
Because the ratio of the screen here doesn't quite fit. So he lives down here.
As birds
Watching
do.
You,
judging
in particular.
Yes.
It's you right there.
Nice. It's what they call audience involvement, except
that's viewer engagement right there.
The dread of existence shall lie upon you. The bird stares.
I'll do a recap for last session.
Yes, let's.
Okay. Last session was a bit short due to we had stalled out for Sheep having technical issues, which ended up in a quasi state of participation for him. Let's see here. Ari inquired about the Church of Bane in Westgate. They're gathering power and fortifying. They've enlisted a cadre of flying devils to assist them for real cheap. More on that in a bit. Lots of rumor. Folks are talking about God Chosen appearing all over Faerun. Ari, playing this paranoid black dragon, had her hags pay a visit. Prophecies are coming true. God shit is going down. Rules governing the realm are ceasing to function. Divine meddling. Several assassination attempts were made in Cormyr by the Shadowvar. Mostly failed. Seemingly rushed against the royal family of Cormyr. It's also possible the Chosen of Sylvanas is northwest in Lorar, near the High Forest. Manikai repeated the story of the delightful success the Thayan rebels had attacking Zastam, but shared some extra detail, like several chosen of the gods were being held by Zastam and experimented upon. Great, he can be distracted by that. Anglispark has run his dragons ragged, hunting thieves and others harassing his tax caravans. People keep taking his stuff, and they're not responding to the threats of the Dragon King of Termish, which is, really awkward, because, it's part of the whole, marketing brand here. If I'm a Dragon King, I rule Termish, you should obey me, or I'll have my pet dragons eat you, and they're like, nah, fam. Just gotta take your shit anyway. How do you deal with those people? The Red Banner host is also raiding trade caravans heading into Naflek. Just, at that nexus of, trade point that Anglispark really wanted to have, and that's also bothering him. I spent a point of Draconic Essence and rolled to increase the Emerald Enclave's sovereignty. In the process of performing a policing check, a bunch of sea life was found on the shore, apparently dead of fright, perhaps having thrown themselves from the sea to escape aberrant terror. And later on in the year, that was found in the coastline between where the Gulthandor region is and Westgate. And unlike in the Gulthandor region, there were not druids and other nature-inclined people to protect folks from going, oh, free meal, nature's blessing, yippee. Vercingetorix went to Am's capital, hoping to find a ranked cowled wizard and tattletale on the high heroic tier wizard plotting with the Emerald Conclave. She succeeded in her pursuit for as much time as it took, and the cowled wizards are not going to be an issue for her moving forward. Probably. Maybe. There was a huge series of confrontations in Westgate, which resulted in the Dragonfang gaining a permanent point of territory from the Church of Bane. The Bane Knights, however, have received support from Darkhold, and most likely will continue to do so. I made a slice of progress on my clock for my whole, army force to face Far Realm. That was comprehensive, more than I should have given you all, but I don't know. I felt like it today. There you go. We're done.
Yes, as Velignith has retired to take care of other things at his home and left the Dragonfang in control of Yenka, who's in command, and probably the most loyal NPC we've had so far. Thinking earlier, what could make Yenka betray the dragons? Probably not much, really. She's pretty dedicated to this whole thing of summoning Tiamat and making this whole thing happen.
Will that mean that her tutelage of Novacree is have the lessons actually been imparted super quick, or is it on pause?
No, she'll stick around for a bit longer. She can message and spell to tell people at home what to do. Beyond that, the Dragonfang is there's always been a focus on commanders and subcommanders and lieutenants having a lot of initiative.
And doing their own thing.
And actually having an idea of what to do. Beyond that, the whole... it's not like a super organized force. Everyone has an idea of how to better improve things, and they sort of just go about that. Beyond that, there is a couple dragons there who, an old man who's going to go around telling people what to do, even though.
All right.
So she's going to stick around for a bit longer. After all, this is not a terrible spot to be. It's a nice tower, really well furnished.
Yeah, no expense was spared.
It's a loyal servant, Novacree. Student.
Learning about power draconic essence. Alright, so goals-wise, I will put Velignith's goal, which is acquire the Shift Earth Mode ritual and take control of Westgate, as just sort of on ice, really. And we then have left capture Nobanian, terraform the Golden Forest, anathema to the Aberrant, and remove the Church of Bane from the Dragon Coast.
Leaves you a goal slot, Ari.
Yes. So I want it to be about research. Now, we got a lot of information, and I'm not sure how to make a goal with that.
I suppose then I'd ask, what do you want to accomplish?
Yeah.
So let's elaborate a little bit more. So your goal would be related to the ritual, the one that is draining all of your life essence to feed it to a Thayan diviner. Really. So you got a bunch of information about it. Now,
yes.
None of that information is something you can easily act upon. Right?
No, I noticed.
Yeah. But there are some. Is there anything in that information that stands out to you as something you would be interested in expanding upon or getting more about, or? So when your goal is done, what do you want to be able to do? Finding more information, of course. At what point might have what you need at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's sort of two aspects. It was told that the ritual site, if I understand correctly, is inside a self-containing plane
Yeah.
connected to the portals,
Yes,
right?
that's correct. That's what was said. Yeah.
What are like? I think what are because that's where we're going to have to fight, right? That by the ritual site.
Do you want it to be so that you're able to create a portal, your own portal to that plane?
Yes, or to know or to change the laws of that plane.
All right. I can tell you
Because
that a lot of what you might be able to do with a ritual, to do that or to know what is possible, you would have to access the ritual, which is within the self-contained. So gaining access seems like a good step if you
Sure.
want to begin messing with it.
Yes.
As we know, the Death King has been doing in minor ways to benefit himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Gaining access to the ritual site.
Yeah. So do you want to? I guess the question would then be, how do you want to do that, right? You know that you've been there. You've been in it for a short amount of time. Well,
I mean, not by the site, right? I mean, by the hookup to the portal that goes to the plane or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have an idea of how you might get there through portals, right? You've seen multiples of them. You've seen one in Nathlek. You've seen one in Westgate.
Yeah.
Amy Suri knew that there was something similar in. I remember that
Starmantle. Yeah, the ruins of Starmantle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I also got like I'm trying to look at my goddamn murder map of notes. I got some knowledge about one of the portals, like the exact location of it, or maybe that was the hub.
Yeah,
Might be the hub.
And then of course you know that there is one in the actual Serpent Valley.
Yes.
There's one that allows access. Yeah, so of those, you know, most are broken, destroyed, deactivated, and dismantled.
Yes.
Except for the one in the Serpent Valley. Now, the fact that you broke the portals on this side might make it possible to create, like to recreate one of the destroyed portals. Re-establish it somewhere else. Now, you would need like Thayan portal. Well, there's some steps to be taken for that, but that could be a goal, right? To recreate a portal to the ritual site, connect it somehow to one of the existing ones that are gonna be there.
And there is someone on tap who you know who could put your character on the right path into thinking about Thayan portal like linking.
Thayan's renowned for their portal. Yeah. Beyond that, if you were looking for Thayan portals, I mean, there were one in Westgate, and perhaps it seems likely that someone would be in the process of quickly constructing one in Proskjör. The Thayan Enclave there, probably not liking being completely isolated. So there certainly are ways to understand and learn about that.
Yeah, I think that's a good goal. That's very.
Alternatively, you could, of course, go to the Serpent Valley and then try to gain access through that one.
Yeah, gain access or take it from the Guardian there.
Yeah, as I understand it, my allies are a little opposed to murdering their dad, which I mean I couldn't.
Oh, you can't kill him.
No.
I mean, you would like remove Basarek from this plane, and then Basarek would come back.
I don't care about killing him.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said, like gain access, right?
Yeah.
That certainly exists there.
But it would be nice to have a private door that doesn't mean I have to fight a bone devil every time I want to go in, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the Bone Devil's job is to ensure that when Yaffle arrives, the portal is up and working and functioning, and so the Bone Devil will keep coming back to ensure that that's going on.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right.
So
now,
you
now
want
you have
to
a goal.
do you how? Yeah. I suppose the goal could be construct a portal or like develop. Like constructing, like just finding out is going to leave you just to then go, okay, now I need to construct it. But
Yeah,
the goal
construct
really
it.
is
might as
to
well,
build a
yeah.
portal. Right.
Well, yeah, to have a working portal that gives me access.
Right. How hard is that?
I mean,
For most people, it would be the level of impossible.
but I'm a
Given-
level 1 sorcerer.
Given your level of power and the amount of allies and information you already have, I'm gonna put this at medium. Also because
Sweet.
it's not like anybody knows that this is something you're gonna be trying to do. Thus,
No.
it's hard for them to directly interfere.
Yeah.
Right.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's something they have to like espionage on your faction in order to like attempt to uncover.
And then find a reason to care about.
Yeah.
Yes. On top of that.
I'm
Trying to build a
assuming
Fey
that a
portal
lot of
goes to
people
someplace.
would like to have portals that can just port them around, honestly. And
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean, the
I mean-
Thaans are sort of like, that's their shtick. You want good portals?
Construct a portal to the...
Yes.
Oh, I need a name that's not the name I use internally.
Uh,
Yeah, the ritual plane. Let's just call it that.
yeah.
That means so.
A hub or whatever.
Right.
Foyer, ritual foyer,
Portal
you know.
to the ritual. That seems work. All right.
Sweet.
Then that is something we need a clock for. And where should we put it? I want to put it.
Sounds that there's some space south of Sigachika's icon now that there's not,
Yeah,
a
we can put it
thousand
down there in
wizards.
the plains.
You put it like in the bridge between
In
the
short.
snowflake mountains.
Blocks it. If we put it right
No,
here,
no one
I
can
mean that
interfere.
means yeah, exactly. That means that the Red Banner hosts, they will be blocked in their path. There's
Oh,
some
they
giant.
don't want to go there. That's a cursed land. Terrible.
I'm so happy it's here.
Poisoned and dead. Before Emish
Yes.
really cared about nature. So.
Can't
Well,
believe the dragons were rat minions caused that so many decades ago. It's terrible.
No, that's. I mean,
I mean, there are probably still were-rats living there to this day.
No,
I'm
that's okay.
sure. It's impossible for me to keep track of every were-rat living in the Dragon
Yeah,
Coast.
I mean, to be fair,
I mean, yes.
pretty sure they're pretty chaotic in there.
Would have been some shit though if like 1 year I decide I'm going to do a personal assensing for tax purposes. Every lycanthrope living.
That's what they
In
love.
this region.
The service
Tax.
taxes.
Tax-
All right, I need to consider here. What are the steps necessary to take to do this? You need to. I like four style clocks. I feel like they're more.
like
So we'll say 4. And I want to begin, just to help you guide along, because it's something I kind of regret not doing with the Golfmare one, is to determine a little bit what sort of things are needed or what you could do to fill it. One of them would be learn about Thayan portals. I mean, that's a pretty clear, necessary thing
Yeah.
to do. You need to do it. Then you need to
Materials.
figure out the portal keys of the ritual portals.
I'm pretty sure
More
I have
difficult.
one of those.
You have divination, though. You could probably maybe even negotiate or find people. It's one of the harder ones. Is how to actually get the portal in the ritual site to link to the one you might construct. Then you will need to acquire materials
I have the signature number of one of the portals.
Yes, you do. That's very helpful.
Yes, signature number normal 4 Imiskari Karna. I wrote. I don't know what it means.
Well,
You dug it out of your conspiracy web.
it might be important information for this sort of thing.
It is under.
Yeah.
I had to find where it was under the Dragon Lord Temple in Netflix. You know. So, yes.
Yes, and the last one will of course be construct a working portal. I mean, that's basically the. I'm just gonna pick it. Construct a working portal. Actually, make it happen. Probably the easiest one once the other ones are done, but still, you need to do it before, you have it.
Yes.
All right. Once these are filled, you'll be able to.
The secret fifth brick of the 4 o'clock is how to defend it so no one else comes through. how to make it.
No.
Please
don't wind up to that until you actually have this done. Please.
You can do a lot of these before you actually build it anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A movable
All
portal.
right. Good. Then that is goals, I suppose. Figured out, and we can proceed to enter
The adventure die.
Oh.
See how well they do. Oh boy. Okay, no, that's the one. They're completely receding. People are just leaving.
Well, Adventures in Assam, I've got some poor news for you.
Well, that's. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be useful if you rolled 3 once and needed an extra one.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, basically, it's like, are you looking for adventurers above level 5? There are none.
I mean, but it's 4th edition, right? That's still somewhat useful,
yeah,
maybe.
level 5, and you can kill like a bunch of bandits, and maybe like a baby dragon, but.
Oh wow! I don't.
But not
That's
like.
Not
Nothing
our
would bother me.
enemies. Yeah.
Yeah. Rough year for adventures. They're drawn elsewhere. Well, maybe they're drawing north to Colmir, where currently a hidden war is happening. Powerful wizards. Self-contained within. All right.
Surely that'll go well.
As we proceed. Lovely. Heal up your actions. Except for Westgate, of course, which is another year of actual peace to cover anything. Currently, it stands as independent, which means that if allowed to, the nobles will just take back control and be like, all right, we don't have to listen to anybody, really. And they'll probably just be laissez-faire, as they always have. Not a terrible situation, really. All right. And more news. The news of Velignith sort of retreating to there. Yeah. Of his own affairs will be heard. Probably through the Marked, have the Eel Fort that you reported, and of course Yenka is staying with. During winter, she has made some progress on teaching, but she's also spending this time not just teaching Nova Creek, but also studying more. Right? She's the person who is supposed to be aiding with the Summon Tiamat ritual, and really, this Book of the Dragon is something she is incredibly interested in. I think we should start with a conversation between her and Emissary Lidrith.
Okay. Emissary Lidrith here is staying more in the region. This past year, she did take the time to, in purposes, spend a lot of time in Westgate. this year, at least at the start, she'll be at the Grand Temple of Malar, probably lazing in the sun on any given day. Probably just by the coastline, staring out into the water.
Yenka,
It's Yenka flies from the tower to talk to her.
Yeah, her wings are her musculature is not really for it. She doesn't have a fly speed, rather she can fly about half the time. Her wings get tired easily, but gliding she can certainly do. Gliding down and then moving the wings. She doesn't do overland flight.
I got you.
But yeah, we'll land doing sort of a down on a knee landing, standing up and dusting off her crimson robe.
Superhero pose.
A little bit,
Green Dragon lifts her head, swivels it around, sees Yenka, swivels it back to the coastline, then back to Yenka.
I'm making good time teaching Novakri.
I understand his limitations.
You know, on a different note, I've done some calculations. I was curious. The whole essence drain, it has been escalating. That much is clear. Whatever is doing this to you, jewel this upon you, it seems to get worse and worse each time it takes effect.
Mazuri Leader Sphere chooses to not display any visible reaction, uncertain of how much Yenka's figured out and how much Valignith has told her.
Valignith has been pretty forthcoming with her, though Yenka doesn't know that, exactly the details of who is doing it or exactly why.
It would be impossible, though, for Yenka, given her intelligence and how close she is to everything, not be able to figure out some details.
Also, she's been here for, a lot of years.
She has been.
More than a normal human lifetime. To the point where she had to have extended her life.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, survive. She'll continue. I understand I am treading dangerous ground with this sort of investigation, and perhaps you already know what I'm about to say. But if the same escalation patterns happen now, as have been with the effects so far, the next ritual, the next time it takes effect upon you, it would likely cripple you to a point where you would be so damaged that permanent injuries would be sustained even after the ritual's effect was over. I have, and Ishida pauses again, says, Valignith has always told me to be honest and forthright, without concern for manners or... Do you prefer that I speak simply honestly?
You would have difficulty deceiving me.
That's probably with a slight smile. That's a good answer. She enjoys. She likes that answer. The dragon, the cicatrix. I performed a ritual to transfer essence, though it was clear she had been suffering from this sort of ritual before, and certainly to a much greater extent than the rest of it. She is powerful. She's been forced, she has, like most of you, certainly like Valignith, and certainly like yourself, been much more active than most dragons of your age, and yet she is clearly older than you. Her power, however, is much diminished, even by her age, and I understand she still hides from Sevrias of the North. I've come to believe that the scarring upon her, weakness, the persistent iteration, that it is a result of a ritual much like the one you're suffering from. If we reach the next stage of this ritual, it is likely something that would happen to all of you.
And yet, through this transferring of essence, I have seen her since, and there are no disfigurations upon her form.
Yenka nods. Yes. Yes. The essence being brought back was what that effect was what led me to question the nature of that injury. I believe that if we do the same essence preparation before the next event, we should be able to push this effect by one step. But it can only be put off for so long. I'm also afraid to tell you that the time after the crippling will likely be the last one possible. At that point, the ritual will demand more than the essence that your form can possibly hold. At such a point, you would simply be turned into maybe a liquid form. I'm not, it's very theoretical. But I understand that the necrotic form is partly magic, and if all that is removed, some sort of oozing sludge might be left.
She says, yes, that did happen with another one of the subjects. That liquid form has since been restored into another dragon.
She's a little surprised at that, but well, beyond, if the ritual continues beyond that point, the point is it is escalating. With what we have done so far, we can certainly push those effects as we have been. But not forever.
The Missouri Legislature looks away from Yinka back to the coastline, and back to Yinka and says, you have many theories and much conjecture. Like, she slowly rises up from her laying position. She says, it is no wonder that Tilraxos and Versicatrix feel as they do towards types such as yourself.
Missouri, this is much the same sort of, this is what happens when she talks to Velignith about this sort of thing. I admit there is temptation in the text. Much knowledge and much power can be gained from.
She says, I don't have qualms with you using the powers, what you have garnered through the tome. I would have had you escalate things instead of them being inhibited, as Velignith has pushed you toward. But he has not seen fit to reveal the full details of what all has happened, the situation that he and I have been in since we were hatched, and so I wonder how much you are actually able to figure out. I can't harm you myself. That would offend him. She taps a claw to her chin. I would have to come up with something creative. And her eyes glance towards the tome that that Yinka always keeps with her. And back to Yinka.
If you wish me to stop asking these questions, simply tell me to.
She says, "No, I don't think that would work. Your mind would not stop with something because I told you to. I would have to change your mind."
It's natural to seek knowledge about, well, anything that is unknown. But I have been forbidden from pursuing things.
And Music Allegiance here can't fucking care. She says, "Fine. Valignith and I and Versicatrix have been cursed by a type much like yourself. Versicatrix got a worse of it, and there were other dragons who got it worse still. The depths and power of this individual, much like yourself, are not something I'm fully capable of fathoming, but it is something I have lived with my entire life, instead of being an interloper who is able to dabble and dip in it to sate curiosity. I'm living this. I don't get to visit. And while I do have some gratitude for you alleviating my concerns, and while I have some respect for how your interests and desires coincide with Valignith's, she like pauses. She like sort of like runs out of steam there, like not sure where she was intending to go with that. Like she shakes her head rapidly and says, "What do you want? Why did you come here to talk to me?"
Yeah, she is intimidated by the dragon's demeanor. Malignant, she has sort of taught herself to survive that dragon fear, but Missouri sees it, right? Yanka is not attempting to display it, but there is the natural hesitation.
And they are different dragons.
Yeah. It's one thing to try to overcome one, and it's another one. Entirely. He hesitates. I want my homeland to be freed. The best, the only way I see that happening, with the aid of truly divine power. Divine power I will find in Tiamat. If
What?
there is a time limit, that is relevant to my interest. If there is something that can be done to extend that time limit, that is very relevant.
It was until quite recent that you yourself had a time limit, as you put it.
Nuts. Fortunately extended.
Yes. So the choice you made to come out here was out of concern that once again you could be running out of time, just in decades perhaps.
Last time, the extension came at I know well that we work on a very large timescale, but I would rather have these problems solved before they become as terrible as they could be.
And so you wish for me to comfort you that I can assuage your fears and reassure you that the problems will be solved in your time?
She'll grimace slightly at the phrasing. Is that what you're intending to do?
Resolve my situation?
Assuage me of my fears.
She says, you're the one who sought this conversation. She, moves, a couple of steps towards Yinka. She says, you came down from the tower and brought all of this up. If you are concerned and seeking for me to alleviate your concerns, she says, then you will find no such comfort here.
I suppose I was looking for confirmation. Am I right? My assumption.
I do not know whether this will steadily worsen until, if left unchecked, my body collapses into sludge. What happened with Versicatrix and what has happened to other dragons is different than what has happened to Velignith and myself.
The nods. And you would prefer me to focus on the task at hand.
She says, I don't have a directive for you on that front. You can pursue whatever task you'd like. I'm not the one who controls you or oversees you. If it were up to me, I would bring a cornucopia, a smorgasbord of dragons here, and perhaps I shall, once Nova Cree has learned what you have taught, as Velignith has wanted you to do. And I will experiment upon myself in my own way. If you do discover the truth, though, of the existence of myself and Velignith, I do not believe you would have to fear from either of us. It would be Versicatrix.
She again, there's a slight hesitation. She's powerful, but something about Versicatrix, the way Versicatrix is around her,
I was gonna say,
is very alarming.
Despises wizards and despises Thayans. And if she had any excuse at all to hunt any Thayan wizard, whether it be alive or undead, she would pursue it to her own destruction. Amy's early leader flashes her teeth.
Then I'd better reach Nova Cree beyond his own limit. There is a remote chance that he must be the one to bring Tiamat to this world, then so be it.
Leader's at that just lets out a pain sign. She looks up at the sky, lamenting Nova Cree, and yet somehow anyone she thinks could replace him, something happens to them.
If anything, he's very good at keeping this spot.
It's remarkable. She would have thought, sometime in the several decades, Nova Cree came, under her influence, that someone would have done it.
I'll never forget the time when he went to explore Starmantle, and he was like, I wonder what happens if someone goes down there, and then he...
When you think about it, really, it's his own dedication to Malar in a way. The strongest is surviving here. Anyone who's able to threaten his position dies or is sent away somehow.
Yeah. It's like, yes, we have a very important mission inside Star Metal Death Portal. Boop. Meh. Yeah, it works.
I wouldn't adventure
I'm not
with
sure
it.
it's the way that Malar thought that it was. I'm not sure it's a brute strength competition, really, but cunning.
Hunters are cunning predators.
Yeah.
Cunning stalker.
Missouri Leaders here looks away from Yinka and lays back down, looks back out over the water. Doesn't show it, but like the doubts that have been like slowly resurfacing briefly last year, are begin gnawing at her head again. And she'll be some time shaking them off. Maybe 10 minutes this time.
I think doesn't she stands there probably for 30 seconds, probably waiting to be dismissed or something before she just gives a half bow. People take off, flying back to it.
Eventually be what does she know, right? Just some sort of theoretical things. Yaffle was the one who did the practical research. Yaffle will want to succeed. Obviously, the more she drinks from me, then the more powerful she becomes, and so it's harder for her to die. Despite her bad luck thing. And then, I have, a few more centuries, I'm sure. I'll have, half-dragon, servants, and we'll figure it out.
Just this thought, of course, that it never occurred to me. It's if the end point of the ritual is gonna have to be beating us, of course, it would be we're oh yeah, they come to the ritual site and dragons are just beat up already. There's oh, you have one healing surge left. Yeah, I'll just poke you with a stick until you die. It's
And
oh.
really just here, then thinks about a few hours later, and even if I was turned to sludge, Novacree would drink me, and then I would take over his body. And then when she thinks of that, all concerns are probably gone.
Have Novacree looking at the
Oh,
sludge.
God.
This is terrible. It must be the most poisonous substance in the world. But he looks at the wind. He looks at the door. There's no one else here. No one would ever know.
He fucking would too. He totally commit diablerie on Dragon Sludge.
So quickly.
This is my chance to gain power.
Yikes!
Yeah.
That's a dark future.
So that's how I survived the adventure path in the next edition, the Return of the Missouri Leader there.
This mad Eladrin, the dragon soul being.
Yeah, desperate to grab any power he could, ends up preserving the green dragon.
So dead set on being a sorcerer with a draconic connection. It's no, dude, come on. It's not your subclass. It's just no, I will have it. It drinks.
I think he is doing perfect justification of his class and what he wants to be. These roleplay up.
In that adventure path, someone uses a spell and asks, by one question, I rolled a 1 on my divine intervention. I get the answer, which is, what is the backstory of this Novacree character?
Oh God.
Well, you see, 200 years ago. Yeah. She'll go back. Not assuaged at all about that.
Yeah.
That's the wrong person to ask.
I think wanting a dragon to
Yes.
Dragon, can you comfort me?
Well, it's more in am I right? Because let's be honest, Yanka's probably she's different from Yaffle, but she is a diviner. That is her thing. She came here originally looking for the plan Yaffle had to defeat Faye. She inadvertently found it, though she doesn't truly know.
The irony is not lost on Missouri Legion here that Valigna's I don't want it to be repeated what has happened to dragons, and Yinka is the one who's doing all of this.
She has many of the same Thayan ambitions when she sees sort of this.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, that's when I'm like, the one you need to fear is not either Malignant or Missouri Legis here, it's Corsicatrix.
The moment you are not under the
Like, you
Lignus direct protection.
I ask Corsicatrix those same questions you just
Yes. Yeah. Are you willing to consider a future where you're a goop? Can we talk about that for a little bit?
Can we talk about the scarring that was on your body?
No,
Yeah,
she
that I see
deliberately
now
did not
peeking
ask.
out again.
She would never
It's
ask Corsicatrix
hideous.
about that. You know, this inherent patheticness you have. You know.
Yeah, it's just, you should be so much better, and now you're like this. It's so gross and wrong. Like, oh yeah,
It's just
great.
thinking, like, if this Yinka ever really pisses me off, what I'll do is just tell Corsicatrix how uncouth Yinka was. Do you know she brought up how hideously pathetic you were? She called
Yeah,
before she restored you. She teleports to me immediately.
she the worst is she pitied you as a
Yeah.
creature.
Perhaps we could make some sort of fund to.
Yes.
She felt sorrow for your plight and was
She
glad
knew she had a familiar slot open. You know?
Yeah, like that the fucking dragon guy in the Dragon Swarm
You
or
could be a
whatever.
familiar. You know?
Dragons. Vargo the Faceless.
No, thank you. No, yeah. I mean, it. Yeah, Corsicatrix accept her because Lignif would be very mad if she murdered her, and now she has some use.
Mhm. Gave
But
you-
there are limitations.
But well, the thing is, it's the dragon perspective, right? It's like, I mean, there's a good chance I get to kill her later, right? Like, it doesn't have to be now. Like,
Gotta wait until she betrays you, which Thayan's always do.
then
And
she
then I can be like, I told you so.
Yeah. Of course.
All right. Is there anything you all want to do immediately this year? Because the next
Yep.
thing here is going to take like a little bit, or two. Like a
I'm gonna
month or
go
so
ahead
to
and
invest.
renew the policing. I'll be at 8 dice for this. I'm at my might of 5 -1 because my leaky followers, a contingent of them, have gone to Cormyr to help banish the shadow. Okay. That is a pair of 8s for policing.
All
I think that's the
right.
first time in many years that there's not been a double or a triple.
A little weaker here, but I can still do a bit of something, and that is that things are still like strange in the sea out there. The number of fish and such at the edge here has decreased heavily, and the seabirds are going elsewhere. The edge of the Gulf. What was before more like a nebulous sort of thing that happened a couple times seems to be more and more concentrated around the Gulfmere, particularly around the ruins of Stormend. It is clear that the enemy is preparing.
Mm-hmm.
So far, your defenses have been formidable. Yeah. Which, of course, is worrying for Salazar. At least the enemy comes to us.
Missouri Legion would take the time to remind him of what happened to Akinul quite recently, where apparently an black obelisk rose from the depths, and a significant chunk of the coastline was consumed in a massive tidal wave.
Oh yes, bad enough that I had to reduce their faction icon on.
I noticed. I was like, "Where the hell are they?" You're like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
Right.
Well, all those people disappeared. They got to be put to use somewhere.
Yeah. That's the thing Missouri Legion does immediately. I think anything else she'll be a bit too sluggish to react to until later on in the year. Maybe around midsummer, she'll perk up and do some other things with her faction.
All right.
Yeah. Given the situation in Westgate, I feel like there'll be. I mean, she doesn't have to tell the Night Mass that this is their fucking chance, right? Like,
No, the Night Mask ends a year, man.
oh,
Cassell the Wanderer here, and the Night Mask. The Night Mask was someone I think we found a long time ago, and Cassell the Wanderer here. You know, a person you aided and employed. So yeah, they have this white aura because they are on your side.
all right. Well, you know, I think she'll just be like, well, seems like Vindictor's gonna be busy. If someone wanted to be a figurehead, or well, she won't say that. If someone wanted to take control of a city, sure would be a convenient time. With the support of their allies, of course.
Of course. She put them in their place that they should be subservient to dragons, if nothing else. But it was always on their mind that they'd be running the underworld here.
Yeah. Well, get to it.
The
harbor in mind.
The Mark will receive an invitation to a meeting in Redwater. Between...
Is that where the Church of Bane is?
No, it's down here.
Oh, okay.
The small smuggler town.
I was gonna say.
It is addressed to the marked commanders, whoever else they might wish to bring, for a clandestine meeting to discuss the future of the Church of Bane.
And who is the sender?
It has a laughing skull.
What? Okay. Is that like?
Give me a religion check if you want.
What is this? Sarek shit? God, fucking Centaurum. I hate you. Sorry, I'm currently having some lag on my
All right.
character sheet. Here
It's
it
okay.
is.
We know it's half your level because you don't have it trained.
Religion.
Yeah,
A
so
whooping
it's a
plus 12.
all right, and do with your wisdom modifier. So yeah, it's a plus 12.
You know.
Good news, you said Cyric.
Oh wow.
Sure.
It could, you know, a lot of people have skull iconography.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's okay. It's not. I mean, as long as it's not like, oh, the alias of the cult of Church of Bane. You know, like.
No. They do a Black Hand.
Okay.
They're very obvious with it, and they usually don't do secret meetings either. In fact, you remember them openly asking you to come talk to them.
Yeah. Last year they wanted to talk with you, and you're like, "Fuck you."
Go away.
So it's probably not them.
Cool. Yeah, she'll go.
Okay.
With
You'll
her
go.
commanders, some of them.
Dragon form or drow form?
Let's start with drow form.
Sure.
It is quite great for me to reveal it at opportune moments.
So she travels there by drow form, by land or by water?
You can sail there.
Yeah, she might sail there. You know.
Well, then maybe
Get
get rowed in. I don't know how good the winds are here for sailing.
She'll make her Sharkanoids push the boats. No, she will not. That's not dignified.
Yes. Lots of toned, sweaty Sahagwin.
You know, when they board, they like jump up in the water just so you can see their muscle, and then no. They had to push a lot of boats. You know.
Splash, baby.
Yikes. Yikes. Hey, you know, I'm not yucking someone's yum. I just, you know, yeah, that's not, yeah, well.
Yeah.
So a meeting, huh?
Yeah. The meeting is in the local Smuggler's Tavern. Which, as you arrive, you know, not a lot of people in the street here. It's a small, like, town. seen better days, but with all the shifting and taxes and whatnot, it's been much more stable than many other places have been. So it's been a decent place to load off goods you don't really want to bring in because of Thayans or whatnot. Then you sort of quietly transport them.
I was gonna say, I think I'm quite familiar.
Yeah, you're
Transporting things around Thayans is a useful thing.
unsavory people, generally people who are afoul of whichever gang is currently leading things in Westgate. This is a sort of place they can go to live. Murder before someone, if no one cares enough about them to put a bounty on.
Yeah.
So the local tavern has been secured. It's small, right? It's not.
So it's a hole.
Yeah, it's not beautiful. Of a lean-to, and you can go there without trouble. No one's gonna come and mean to you people. You're a menacing group.
Oh yeah, like the people who are there are of course like some of her not. I mean, she still has like her Westgate lieutenant, like a Fort lieutenant, right? But like she brings some of her like leaders, and they're just all acid burnt mother. The worst gang people. They
Yeah.
got people for fun on Fridays and all the other days, really. Yeah. Which she feels do you mean this might be a good audience? Also,
Yeah.
she brings wine or some drink that's not whatever fucking sludge they serve here.
In here, looking in, is a small-ish group of black-clad individuals. A lot of heavy armor, large shields, flails and morning stars and that sort of thing. Certainly no more people than she would expect from a meeting, right?
Yeah.
Whoever is important, and then like an honor guard. Yeah,
Sure.
Of a strong faction. They don't seem like pushovers, maybe equivalent to her own people, but certainly more disciplined and like heavily armored. While her people is more like cutthroat.
Yeah. They're not together because they like each other, or really.
One
anything.
individual stands out quite heavily while drinking a mug of whatever local ale they have, which is not great. There's no sign of the innkeeper or something. He's probably been paid to just go away. The figure is wearing like chainmail and a bit of a almost like a robish look, but it's very like ragged and torn. A helmet with horns on it and a pair of shining red eyes in a skull face.
Undead, then.
It would certainly seem so, but they're drinking, so
Are they vampires?
No.
Oh lord. Okay.
Well, it will look upon music. Men, make room. Our guests have arrived. The people in the armor and such get up, put on their like spiky helmets, spiky black. They look like anti-paladins, basically. And then they like clear back. Their iconography has been cleared. Basically, their shields have like black cloth wrapped over them and such to hide whatever their symbol would be.
Right. Sure. Yeah, I mean,
Looks upon the group.
I think she noticed that and it's like, even in a place like this, they don't feel like that should be displayed, huh?
So who amongst you is actually important?
I think the Sigurds will like just step forward with like an aura of just like dismissing of all the others. Like, like, yeah, it's not even a discussion.
I have made sure to pay for any food and drink available in this place, and any damage that might come to it. So, anyone who is here for presentation, they can enjoy themselves. It just does about where all the barrels and wines and stuff have just been put up on it to be. Now you. We have not met, but let us go perhaps to a back room to discuss things.
Can she do an insight check?
Sure.
She's a paranoid dragon. Anti. All right. Yeah. Too many windows open, possibly.
What are you trying to figure out here? What's going on? Is that
is this a let's find out how we can help each other, or I'm gonna take you to a murder room?
Sure.
I feel like that's really what this is about. It's not like some fine tuning of, oh, what is his stick? It's like, what does he want?
this person doesn't know much about the marked.
Great.
It is clearly not someone, and that's weird these days.
So not from the area.
Not from the area, no.
Yeah, that's what she would do.
Beyond that, most likely not a murder room. If you're going to do that, then you'd have prepared the main room. Yeah.
As Specific looks around, like I would place someone there. Also, by the way, I should say, like, the ships are manned in the harbor, and there's probably more marked just lurking about in the city around the tavern. Just
Sure.
yeah.
There's a couple
hanging
people
out.
tending to horses out there, just looking very much like not horse tenders.
Yeah. One of them has a horse, but it won't like do what they say. Yeah, she'll follow, and she'll like basically bring a couple bottles with her, I suppose. Put them on whatever table is in there, if there is one.
There is. It's like a back room made for like smuggler discussions. There's probably like in the side there's a bunch of like cards and stuff that were gathered up and removed from the table by whoever, like, whatever gambling and such usually takes place here. Probably like the floor has a spot where the chair that's slightly blood stained has been pushed to the side. It's also been an interrogation room, whatever really is needed.
Yeah, I mean,
as this thing will go and
appreciate
move to sit down by a table where two chairs, one on either side, has been. Please.
Why, thank you. And she'll put down, you can help yourself. I was not sure what the accommodations here would have on tap.
What is the alcohol you've brought?
Well, I think there's gonna be some stuff from when we were in the noble's house, that found some way through the market. But more so, I mean, she would have brought some of her own stock.
What I'm asking is it golden colored and delicious?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
She'll like give a warning, like it is quite addictive, however.
What things that are worth living for isn't?
Tink!
Take a taste before continue.
Cicatrix in her mind wonders to Like it's like there's a sort of I wonder what he sees, right? That's a, so you wanted to discuss something?
The future of the Church of Bane, yes. I understand there's been conflict, and I have most often not been involved, though this time I was.
Oh,
I am the commander of Darkhold.
I see.
As such, my mercenaries are currently guarding Bane and Redenseer Castle, protecting their retreat as they requested. This has put me in somewhat of a unique position. We have some history, me and the Church. And when they requested my aid, it was given with considerations as to how that might play out for me.
She just like, well, she would lift an eyebrow, but there is none. Yes.
So I have been looking for potential allies. My keep and my mercenaries need work. We need food, rations, equipment replacement. These things Westgate has. It is things that the Church of Bane offered. But it is things I would rather have from someone who is less terrible than they are.
What
Someone who
did
does
he
not
say?
terrible.
Terrible?
Some
Terrible.
Yeah.
Oh,
someone who's
okay.
less terrible.
I was gonna say,
I
was
do not
like,
enjoy the idea that they would rule me or my count, and the pretension that their god Bane could ever succeed in its goal is laughable. No, I'm looking for someone who could provide those things while also being of a sound mind, like myself.
I think Vasilius like leans back. I must admit, when I heard your association to the Darkhold, I wondered why you had called me here. But, well, are you looking to establish a presence here or merely gaining the material benefits that a connection in Westgate could give you?
I'm looking to expand the black network of the Centauran. That's very open. Something that has been diminished by idiots and fools.
God, it's hard not to like him. That's a mistake. Like, yes, I mean, I agree.
He
Well,
takes something from within his robe-like cloth and puts it on the table. It appears to be an unholy symbol of Cyric. You are familiar, of course, with this.
yes.
The Great Victor. It is not of much use anymore. Once I wore it proudly. It was just a shame that the only people worse to be around than the Baneites was the Church of Cyric. They were all absolutely mad. Thus I allowed them to be defeated by their competitors, who now would come lord it over me, as if I have ever been on their side.
So
This
you
is really
are.
good. He says, drinking a little
Yeah.
more. It tastes like the ashes of my enemies.
Yes, because there's not. Yes. I think this makes her like involuntarily like him more, right? Because that's very close to her own. Like it's like acid, burnt ashes, but like there's it's like note difference. It's single malt. No, but yeah, she well. I think that we could be very useful to each other. I was instrumental, if I may say so myself, for splitting up the Centaurum here. As you said, the factions in it were chaotic and, well, not very easy to cooperate with, both internal and externally. What is it you seek on the long term? To expand your reach, well, with you as the leader? Or will I have to deal with some other cultists or what have you, Bay Knight?
The Centaurum is a functional. We have a purpose, and that is to win. That is something I will pursue. Now that things in the north have calmed down and I stand to be the most senior member of the faction, I will consolidate, I will change a few rules, and I will make us victorious. I see your organization, your influence in Westland, as a bridge could help me get there. And I suppose you might well, too, get what you're seeking.
So, the future of the Bane cult here.
I would prefer someone to kill them all.
Takes another sip of the drink.
Perhaps that is controversial, but I don't like them very. And I don't enjoy them trying to lord things over me. They should have been wiser than to hire me to protect them. I am, however, not one for betrayal, dishonesty. I told them I would be with them as long as that was what was best.
Well, which would cease to be true if you were offered.
It has already ceased to be true. They are a scourge. I will root them out entirely from our organization. And perhaps replace them with people like yourself.
There's like a smirk in the singer. She's like, it reminds you like Black Dragons.
But I have a question for you before we go any further. As I said, I wished to meet like-minded people, people who are not mad or insane. So, what does it mean for you to win? What is victory?
I think this is frowns. It's like a. I think a removal of any obstacles that are in between me and my goals.
And what
I do
happens
not.
to you once those goals are completed? What do you leave behind?
Death. Usually death.
That her response?
I'm a bit torn, but I mean,
Right.
I think she'll like, yeah, I think that'll be her initial like death.
To be victorious is to kill those who oppose you. There. I can understand that difference. I would agree with you to some degree. You know where Lord Cyric is now?
Given my incredible religion check before, I'm guessing no.
Probably no idea, yeah. He glances
Yeah,
down to the
the
unholy
Cyric
symbol.
guy. What was the symbol? Something with a skull, right? Like,
He has ascended to the supreme throne. The other gods have. He tricked them. He defeated them. He won. And he has ascended to a plane beyond this one, where he sits upon all of them, looking down, laughing for their failures. That is victory. To beat one's peers until they are no longer peers, until you stand at the pinnacle, with no one besides you, only all others below you. There is much we can learn. Just stares into the middle distance for a little bit.
the cicatrix is like, is that really what happened? Is he like, I don't think I'm gonna have to go beat some history or something. I don't remember that part.
And so that is what I strive for. And it sounds is somewhat compatible with your own definition. Killing all who oppose you would indeed leave you with no peers, because they all would oppose you soon. Family, friends, such things are nothing. Time. They will all turn upon one eventually. That does not mean we cannot work together for time.
Yes, well, I agree.
How would you feel being a member of the Black Network? Not necessarily under my command. In command of Westgate. Chapter. We would be peers. We would work together to further our influence in the region, so that, indeed, there will be nothing we cannot acquire within this. I will be supplied for Darkhold and my forces, and my efforts in the Sword Coast. In return, you will be able to draw upon the forces of Darkhold mercenaries, soldiers, full of arms.
Perhaps information from time to time.
Of course, that is what we trade in the most. Though I would think that between chapters we should share such things openly.
It's like it's greed in the dragon's eye. This is badly hidden greed, right?
He
Like,
takes another sip, perhaps an involuntary sip of his drink.
yeah, it's good, huh? So much ash, you know, and not ash wood, actual ash. So Malachi, game question.
Yeah.
Would I still be the faction they're marked? Like,
Yeah.
operating, just being part of the Black Net, like sort of like Disinterm was a bunch of different people, factions.
Yeah.
Is that the sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you agree with him on his terms, you will be a part of the Centaurum, the Black Network. You
I was
will
gonna say
operate
not the
things-
Centaurum.
No, that's the same thing these days.
Oh,
He has inherited the Centaurum, and he's going to make the most of it. Trying
but Gethra will hate me.
rebuild that faction. Maybe he could be a part of it too. And he's offering you to be the head of the Centaurum operations in the region and in Westgate, in return for, well, your excellent operation of it. This being is one that cares about merit, like what you're able to get done before anything else. Hence, he did not aid the Cyric cult when it was here, because they were very bad at getting things done. He did not like them at all. You know, those people who, yes, he may be mean and evil and appreciate Cyric's philosophy, but he just hates being around other people who feel the same way, because they're all terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she can agree with those terms. Again, as long as she keeps her affection, you know, separate. There'll be meetings and discussions when something needs to be changed or made, you know.
Excellent.
Well, when it is not mutually beneficial, I hope that we can just entangle ourselves in a civil manner.
That is an easy thing to agree to, because it will always. The best deals are. He says that is an easy thing to agree to, because it will always be beneficial. The best deals are those that only have one correct answer.
The Sigurd has to, like, think about some Cyric worshippers in a very different light. Actually, I have to read up on the religion, god damn it. Yeah, I think she's sort of impressed, right? Like, this seems like someone she can... Like, I think... Can she do another insight check? Like, is he as straightforward as
Like-
he seems?
Yeah.
I think it's a thing. This is not the thing that she expects from this Centaurum. It's certainly not someone operating the Black Network.
Mhm.
Like, just like,
Right. Give an idea of what kind of person this is.
well, yeah,
Okay,
what they are
it's all
would
right.
also be
The
useful.
person is not trying to hide themselves at the moment. What they are is hard to tell. It seems certainly that they're magically, like their appearance is magically affected. What you see is not exactly what you get. That
Fashion
said,
choice.
they indeed seem to have a disdain for both the Cult of Sirik and the Church of Bane, liking neither, and they also seem to behave themselves in a manner that is an attempt, at least, at professionalism, at cordial behavior, at trying to make this work, because there could be great benefit in it for both of you. They seem pretty forthright. I mean, for some sort of undead anti-paladin monstrosity.
Yeah, it's like,
but,
oh wow, it's like Grims is like, oh hey, I didn't expect myself to agree with this person at all, but
Diplomacy is really dumb, but I'm doing this because it seems important enough to do. And we're just like, yeah, you know, I can identify.
yeah, it's like the
Diplomacy is
asses of
dumb.
my enemies. It's like, yeah, having to agree with anyone really sucks. But if it's mutually beneficial to both of us, I'm like, I mean, it is. Yeah, it's true. Like, I can't argue with that, even though I feel like I should because we're agreeing too much. Make me a little uncomfortable.
the Centaurium is dying. Without my help, it will be dead before the century ends. But I think, given a couple of decades, we could turn this around. The reason it is lost is not because there are no assets left. Certainly, both in caravan spots and hidden places, many people are still loyal to this. They just have no connection, or they have been taken over by fanatics and idiots.
I love whenever he say idiots, I just involuntarily, just like, yeah, you're right. That is how I view everyone who is not me. Goddamn idiots. Yeah, sips drink again. It's really good.
So, if
Yeah.
you would like this, then I would ask you, what is your relation to the Bane? Is your battle simply over the future of Westgate? And more to it, this person. Leaning in, clearly hoping that it is.
I think Vasigatrix in a short, moment is like, should I tell him? But then at the same time, again, from what he sees, he's been straightforward. And really, lately, being straightforward has worked great for her. This communicating thing, there's something to it. And she'll just, well, both, really. But, of course, yes, it is personal. I actually did some work for them some time ago. But, well, you would know they are very hard to work with.
He nods.
I should say, lord around, but also just. There will never be a mutually beneficial agreement with them because they must get more.
I'm sure they could find some way to offer you something. The problem is that they're fools and that they won't. Clearly, if they could, they would have done so already. Instead, they reached out to me, halfway begging, halfway commanding for my aid. You are Centauran, he said, and we command you thusly. No, that is not how it will be, and they will learn that. My forces, ready to turn around, open their gates, and simply let you in. Now, there is the problem of devils. Nasty
Yes.
little thing. Not something my average soldier could deal with. I would be loath to go myself, but perhaps if we both desire their end.
Yes, again, even more personal. I have kicked out the cult of Asmodeus from Westgate before, and now, well, the two seem to have gotten very chummy. going as far as having researched how to battle both myself and Veliknev.
He nods, though.
Briefly.
He's not versed in the politics of this area.
Yeah, she's like ranting a little bit, and then she realizes, oh, okay.
Yes, all right.
Basically, it's like, like someone I'm like, they suck. They're bad people. Yes, let's kill them.
Yes, very much. They are no fun ever.
Unlike Siri.
Besides, they have this idea that whatever they do, they will ensure that their side of the bargain is the only one that ever is worth anything, really. If you cannot accept a loss every now and then you intend to ever win anything. Simply investing everything, stopping a loss from being a loss, is going to prevent you from focusing where it's important.
She nods again. Involuntarily. This is getting weird. Again, I think like the inside checking, it just keeps on happening. It's like, does he know? Like, is he like reading me? No, that can't. I'm a dragon. It can't. No, but there's like, what? No, how can he? Yeah. Well, them moving out of Westgate, I had planned pursuing their demise here a bit slower, but with this development, I see no reason not to put it back on priority.
I was in no direct hurry, though the sooner we get this going, the better. The Centaurium is crumbling, and I can focus elsewhere for a time. But I have a personal investment in Westgate because it is the most easily controlled area that could provide a good supply point for Darkhold. Logistically, it just makes sense to do it now.
Physically not. Yes. It's yeah. Well, I look forward to mutual benefits.
Yes, let us
I
begin.
shall gather my troops.
Do that, and you will find that theirs will turn around. It'll be easy to distinguish them. The Church of Bane loves to wear their symbols, while I have mine wear simply black. It is perhaps easier.
They even match in color!
It is perhaps easier if we simply desert our posts before the attack, as to not incur too much friendly waste of resources.
Yes. Some of my people do get a bit enthusiastic. It comes with the trade, I suppose. There's like,
where it is useful.
The devils would be a problem, of course. They might hinder my own interference.
I have no personal stake in them, I assume. If we get rid of the church, they too will leave, having no master to answer to any longer.
I should hope so. Far off be it from establishing a new cult here.
They will likely continue to try, but
yes,
as future chapter master of the Centaurium in Westgate, that will be what you will do about them. To yourself.
It's like a gross smile. It's gonna be the crusade. The fucking cult of Asmodeus is gonna die.
I will do as much as take my people from Spain when you attack, and leave the rest to you. I will then make sure that things in the north, Castle of the Raven and Sentinel Keep, get sorted out, and then I will return to discuss how I might be of assistance to you in your rulership of Westgate. After that, I will turn my face towards the burgeoning power of the Lord's Alliance along the Sword Coast, a region much potential for growth, and certainly many eager recruits. This
Do you
will
not
be the
talk about
glue.
places she's not invested in?
This will be the glue that ties together. The middle point between those two strengths.
Is there any information you can give me about the Church of Bane that could be beneficial in our goal?
Peanuts, they are powerful. Bane is a strong presence at the moment after Sirik ascended. His rivalry is no longer contested. So you could say he is the biggest fish in a small and pitiful pond. His clerics are thusly given some ability, and his minions are certainly also powerful. In that castle right now is the High Priestess of Bane in this region. If leave, I don't think our own people could stop her, to be honest. And she will likely make her retreat only to return. It is a chance to eradicate her, but it would require force that is beyond the mercenaries I have. If you find a way to deal with her, I would recommend it. Beyond that, of course, the devils will be the real problem. The mercenaries they have are not much, and once my people leave, they will not be.
So a smaller but powerful group.
You will need to root them out, of course, but then either their leadership will retreat to find some other avenue, or they will be forced to stand and fight. They will not remain in a keep they cannot hold by themselves.
Yes.
I assume, if they should survive and retreat, they will find a place with goblinoids, ogres, and that sort of thing. They have an inherent knack for gathering up such people, making them follow their command, only for them to try again. They are persistent, the Nats.
Yes. Well, how might I contact you?
My people will be in the region. I will make sure the mercenaries who abandoned the church go and set up a temporary place in Westgate, from where we can organize the transportation of supplies, material to Darkhold. I will want to move those caravans along under protection. Cannot have them raided by myriads or other tax collection agencies.
Damn it, great. Chimerians.
If you wish to give me
Tax.
messages, you could speak to them, and they will bring it to me in due time.
Perhaps wait with removing your troops until I am ready to strike.
Yes, of course, we will leave when we see you on the path.
Good.
I will leave a man here. Delay. Does that work for you?
Yes.
Good. Then if there's nothing else, I suppose I will leave you in the bar. Enjoy at your leisure. We have it for the day and the next.
I think the Cicatrix will stay, if only to scope out again, just have a look at these, are his troops as disciplined as him?
It seems like they have been personally selected and raised to their station because they're good at what they do.
It's hard to hate, you know.
That said, he's not gonna stay, and his people haven't really drunk a lot. It's very much Vercingetorix's people who've been partaking.
I think like they're partaking, but not to the point of like inhibiting battle ability, right? Like,
they have pretty
but
good tolerance.
I was gonna say, I do imagine, you know, her people have the general tolerance is probably, you know, atrocious.
Yeah, they seem like the people who have a both the flaw and benefit of being savage.
Yeah. You know, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, she'll let him have fun. I mean, they know the way home. It's not far.
And then they will
They can smash out
Yeah.
a place.
probably do what you might. Happy how that.
Yeah, Vasís will go home and Google search Sirik. Hold of no, well, not you know. Is that story true? I don't. I don't remember the lore saying that Sirik is sitting above all other gods, putting down, laughing at them.
I mean, so it's not like anyone has really gone and talked a lot about it, but Sirik certainly isn't around. I think you could sort of get. You're not like trained or anything, so you don't know that you dig super into books and such. But yes, it certainly seems like Sirik made enemies of pretty much every other god. Sort of full stop. And
I was
that they
gonna
all
say-
got together to do mean things to him for his
Yeah,
actions.
okay. That's what Vercingetorix thought, right? She's like checking up. She's like,
Now,
no, from the story I understood.
Sirik is not a dead power, though. He's not dead, not destroyed. You know, lots of gods have died recently,
Maybe sealed,
and he
contained.
certainly has been put someplace. Sirik, if anything, his followers praise him because he figured out how to take domains from other gods,
Right.
which he then
even
proceeded to do, which is why he's perhaps the god with the most domains claimed of any.
right, gotta catch them all.
God of murder and death and madness
I
and
mean,
lies
it
and
is
magic and a whole
hard-
bunch of other things.
It's hard to hate, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, of course he's also considered, his people are considered just absolutely insane. Like asking about it is like, oh yes, they're crazy people. You can never,
Yeah.
they're just completely unhinged. Yeah, they somewhat believe in a reality that's different from the real one that they live in.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, like, sure, from one position, one could say that he's sitting above, laughing at all the gods because he did something he was not supposed to be able to do, and they couldn't stop him. But on the other side, I don't think he's sitting somewhere eating potato chips and having fun. You know?
He is sitting in a place the Syriac followers would call the Supreme Throne.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, I heard that. That doesn't.
But yeah, there might be some.
I haven't heard of Io being like, "Oh yeah, me and Sarek just hanging out on Sundays," you know.
There might be
Yeah.
some discussion there that
Yeah, I think she just is like, no, she checks up. It's like, how realms, how to gods, deities, stuff.
they
It
do
goes in there.
say though, rumor wise, that someone in Waterdeep has in their vault one of several keys that is needed to open the locks to the gates where Sirik that keep him from the world. So perhaps someone might be able to go in there and like meet him and talk to him. They have all the keys needed. People are certainly trying to gather them.
Kinda say-
there's maybe a slight division back to the seeker and his seeking of the artifacts of Vecna. That sort
Yeah,
of people
that's exactly what
might
you
be,
thought. What I thought of too was like, oh yeah, right, all right.
looking
Well-
into how to do that.
The Suntarm would be a great place to start if you
Yeah.
wanted to find that kind of
Wizards are
thing.
very
That's
good
fine.
for the realms. I think that's
you know. Yeah. All right. Well,
balls in your court.
surprised. Yeah. Now to figure out what the fuck to do with those devils.
Of course, to put it in terms, you can, when you attack the Church of Bane, the mercenaries that they have from Darkhold, the aid, will abandon them.
Yes.
Not only that, but the Church of Bane will be disorganized and vulnerable. Now, they have some people who are beyond faction level soldiers.
Yeah. We talked about that.
Which will either have to be defeated if you want to do it with the faction by attacks with a minimum difficulty that is higher than the base. Eventually, you could drown them out in blood, right? Of your people, or be lucky, I suppose. Or you can hunt them down.
Usually.
You can hunt them down yourself, or you can simply beat up the faction and have them sort of be thrown out of there because they can't really do faction level stuff without more people and organization than they are. This guy suggested that they might go and try to get a new faction, which they very well might. They have the power to command and control many goblinoids, and that does seem like a likely venue.
That's my thing now.
So that's of course something. Of course, you also know the devils are actually here to get your people.
Yes, but they need an excuse.
They do. It seems like they do.
Right? They can't just
Well, at least
stay
for the others. At least for the others, yeah.
I mean, they're not coming from me. Who is this even?
Well, they might
A
be.
black dragon? That's not on the list. Right. God. See, I want to hunt those down, but again, I don't have my cleric. My cleric is not available to
Yes,
me.
It's true.
Any fight without the healer, is a real undertaking.
I mean, it's a damage race, and you're well equipped for a damage race.
They don't have healers either.
Yeah, okay. That is,
Yeah, of
that's
course I
true.
can say, normally fights would be adjusted for 3 people. But in a situation like this, when that's just not possible.
I didn't hear what you said there at the end. You cut out, and your words have been clipping.
Of course, I'll take into account. Like, it's a sandbox, but at the same time, there's 2 players now, so things are like that. I don't expect you to fight for 6 teams.
Right. Okay. Next question. How to get Emissary to help me with fucking defeating the Priest of Pain? Yeah, alright. I gotta roll here. Is that a problem for now or later?
You have some time.
Yeah, like right now it's not relevant. No, it's not relevant now. Okay, well. I don't know. So we are in the beginning of the year still, right?
Yes.
Yes. So briefly, this was brought up last time. I don't think I can use my asset to raise my army with goblins against them, right?
You can increase
Oh,
it.
was
Yes.
that more?
You
Was that
definitely
more
can.
of a? Okay, that's more of a roleplay
It's just
thing
that
for
when
me.
they fight a faction using goblins like yours, then they will have a bonus.
All right. So basically, it negates the dice I get, or the bonus, depending on how much I get.
Yeah. You can still like build up enough that it's a problem for them.
Right. Yeah.
Focus on
Okay.
ogres, for example. There's.
Well,
Fact
yeah.
is, you have a lot of goblins and such employed. So basically, don't worry about it.
Okay. Cool.
There's not much you can do there to fix that issue. Beyond just having more people, I guess.
Well, or destroying the Cult of Bane so they don't
Oh, yeah,
steal my
that would
followers.
solve it.
You know, they can't steal my followers if they're dead. Yeah. Okay. Do you have something you want to do, Grimmeth, before I start hitting the Church of Bane?
No, I was going to wait until midsummer, the middle of the year, before I
Oh.
took any action. And as we are, like, in the beginning of this year, no.
Okay. Well, I'm going to attack them before they can really, recover a lot of strength.
Right. Yeah, you can move in to strike upon Bane. They have their fortifications, though. For this time, these basically any attack you make now in succession, they will not have time to man their defenses.
Okay. Well, I
So
should
they will
probably
be
start
out.
by.
For that time, as well as the bonus die they would have from Blackbolt also have abandoned them.
Okay. Well, I'll start by raising my army of goblinoids for freedom. They said. All right.
Are you going to do it again?
Yeah, I should.
Since there's no bridge there, just imagine like goblins coming like down in like rafts, just like in
Flying.
droves, just
I mean,
entire like shanty town like strung together by like rope, like all this like driftwood. Just...
the thing is, they might just like go over here, like, and then do a two-pronged attack, right?
You know, I have boats.
Well, yeah, you have boats, but it's been a long-standing conversation over the several dozen sessions, like how well boats do in this little tiny
Yeah.
river. There was a smuggler group, you recall, and they didn't exactly wield merchantmen and like, frigates up and down here.
It's fucking.
Elm, the place you want to hold Elm Cross. They're very close to a burning hill. Maybe having this keep would be not bad for the mind.
I've considered it before, and certainly now. Seems like it should be mine. I kind of thought it would be before the Bane cult swooped in,
We got a bunch of
All right. I'll attack them.
All right, do it.
What stat are you attacking?
That is an excellent question. I need what is
Ari,
territory sovereignty?
Like you need to reduce either their territory to 0, which exhibits they don't have a place here, or their sovereignty to 0, which means they have lost faith in Bane.
And then
they have more faith in Bane, then you have to reduce another other stat to 0. But one of the two has to be territory or sovereignty. So you could kill them all and drive them out. You could leave them bankrupt and drive them out. You could, I suppose, their influence, but that's not what you're doing.
I was gonna say it's gotta be kill them all and drive them out, right? After my answer to that guy was like, "What do you leave behind? Death."
I mean, there you go. That sounds
Yeah.
perfectly appropriate.
All right.
Kill them all and drive them out.
Alright. Do
So
you
that
want to
would be
start with
might.
territory or might?
Might. That's what
Yeah.
they're going to use to defend.
Same with territory.
Anyway. Oh, you're right.
Which means that technically any attack that succeeds does 2 damage, right? Because they also gonna, if they defend, they...
Oh, sweet. Yes. Might still.
Right.
No counterattacking for you. Oh, right. So that is 9 dice for me, even without being involved.
Oh,
Surprise!
that's a pretty strong, strong contender there. Yeah, no,
bitches?
there's no way to defend against that. Your people, some of them get inside, and now the battle is happening in the actual keep, right? A lot of it has been repaired or fixed in some ways, but there's also a bunch of like catacombs where books used to be down below and such. It's a meandering ways of battle inside.
I was gonna say, I've been here before.
Yeah.
And no defending, I suppose.
No, not for that. You just walked right in. The door was open.
All right. Well,
Double 6, double 5. All right, yeah. Now they will try to defend. Because
Okay.
you know they can command some of your people to turn against them yourself. Now you're not personally here, so I don't get the, you know. Late, which they can delete 1 pair of 6s, leaving you a pair of 5s. To still that they counterattacked. Didn't. Yes. They try to man defense, your people push through it. There's a fight, so
yes. I keep going to the eel fort for my token, then I remember that it's in Westgate right now. It's very confusing. All right, well, we go again. Eesh.
5
Ah,
double
it's 2
2.
pairs.
All right,
Oh, maybe the adventures will be useful.
they'll try to counterattack to push you out.
Okay.
They'll try to regain their defenses here. Maybe get a breather, a time to have a bit. Nope, that is a total failure. All right,
Mm,
that means that they are on temporary 0 might.
great.
Here's a question. Given the damage was just in the might there, was the Church of
Yeah.
Bane here at equal might to Vercingetorix or greater?
No, they're an equal.
Okay. That's
They're-
what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure.
They've actually taken
Yeah.
2 damage. They're at -1. Well, at permanent 2. They've lost a permanent point from trying to defend here unsuccessfully.
All right.
Yes, they basically
well,
rallied out only to be caught in the open and butchered by like Grand Slam ogres surrounding the door.
18,
And-
all their defenses, assholes. Here's a great club. Full pro.
Damage.
There's a fucking.
fucking stun locking. I remember playing Street Fighter as a kid and just playing someone who kicked someone down.
No, the ogres weren't stun locking. It still aggravates me, though, that they had 18 to all of their defenses, and their Grand Slam and counter ability on a miss dealt half damage to you, and you fell prone anyway.
God damn it. Yeah, in our other game, I have a devil set boots that are like level 2 that make me able to use a minor action to get up from prone that I haven't. I just can't. Every time they're so good. Level 20 character, level 2 boots. Those are, yeah. Anyway, I'll continue their territory.
You still have to do a couple more damage to their might if you want to permanently get it to 0.
Oh. Okay.
And I mean, right now is why you want to do it, right? Because their fortifications out of.
Yeah.
Almost. But they def- no, they can't. Yeah, right. You'll kill more of them. Risky.
Their might is now permanently 1.
Yes. You need to do it one more, then there's 0 might. Until you've killed all the soldiers that you could.
Yeah, my dice pool is starting to hurt too.
That's the difficulty, right? And yeah.
Come on. Boom.
Well, that's 2 pairs. Ah,
Yes.
can't even counterattack because they don't have any might. So,
Death.
yes,
They
you have
scream.
murdered in there. You know, their beds have flipped over. The ones who were sleeping, the recruits, the ones who were recovering have all been put to the sword and injured and wounded. They still hold the keep. You know, you haven't claimed that yet, but you know, they have a territory of 1, so you need to do 2 attacks on their territory. You want to take them out.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
basically dismantling the defenses. Probably it means that a lot of them have like barricaded themselves in various places. They're not fighting anymore, right? But they're still like defending
See,
some choke point.
the whole Okra thing just inspires me. I'm like, oh, knock them prone, knock them out, and bring them up to feed my growing.
Your plants.
You know, I need more drugs for.
It's taken care of. Your people know it.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, they know. They also need more drugs. Yeah. I might have to gather some forces again here.
All right. That will allow them to get their fortifications back.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Yes, all of the mustering would have needed to be done, like, before you attacked.
Yeah.
But as soon as you, like, go to gather more, the blitz ends.
Four dice is
I'm hearing a lot of waffling here from someone who committed to this. See it done.
You can't see it right now, so I'm gonna describe it. I'm looking up to the sky. Why?
Well, do you take it or do you pay an essence not to?
No, I take it. Are you kidding me? I don't have the essence to do that.
What do you mean you don't have the essence to pay it off?
Oh, I mean, sure, I have 3, but there are more important things.
Are you sure?
No, I will do it. You're right.
Okay.
4. All right. Well, if it's see it done, sadly that means that my dragon needs to get involved.
All right.
And I'll spend that essence and have a dice pool of 6 dice now. But the dragon will be there.
That makes the counterattack hard. Oh boy. Okay. See, they do have the expert die now. The dragon's there, but
They would still need better triples or a quadruple,
Yeah.
even with the expert die.
yeah, and like they can only defend because they have permanent 0 mites. They can't -1 to do the counterattack. So, you're just gonna slap them with the chin. Like, yeah, the devils are there. They will try to harass, but they're not. You know, they're focused right now on defending their current masters. Yeah, they're temporary 0 might territory.
Great.
You Orsicatrix sticks to the shadows, melds super quick. She was ready.
I was gonna say, about to lose another instance.
Right, yeah. Well, it's got to get
Just
done. Right?
furthering, just continuing
One
the
more.
problem the next
Oh,
time
no!
you're compelled. Adventurers!
Yeah, give them the keep.
I mean, you got to see it done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
You want to invoke adventurers to come help you against the.
God, it's
Stop this, devils! You're not expecting level 5s.
Come on, guys, we'll pay you to go loot the vault of the Church of Bane. Adventurers say, sure. That's great. We'll do it.
yeah. You know what?
They're gonna step into an aura of like one of those damn things there and just keel over.
We can put this out of its misery.
Well, provided that the Thayans don't. Not the Thayans, the Church of Bane. Like they gotta.
Can't.
They have like a counterattack, though. They can't.
They can't
even with, like, the
counterattack, and
devils.
they have 0 territory, so they literally
I
cannot
suppose.
defend.
I suppose that's true. They literally can't.
If they had a
I
chance,
think-
they could try to call in favors and whatnot, but since it's in
That's
one
true.
streak,
That's right. You saw it done. The adventurers did it.
yeah, we can add another adventure win somehow.
Why is their wins down to 1?
Shouldn't be. It should be 6 now.
Yeah, it should be 6 now.
I think I changed that when I was changed the adventure to
Yeah.
6 now. As they have done another win somehow, adventurers have now in control. As the Wizard Lord, Jin Jr. The new Arkmite Order.
Is it? Now you can promptly attack the adventurers there if you're so inclined.
Yeah, I figure next year's
Go to war with them. I can tell you right now they have 1 die, so it's great.
yeah, I figure it's gonna be all right. Okay.
Next year they roll a 10. They have 10 dice all the time. Possible doing it. Yeah, well, now they're sitting there.
Yeah,
You've
I
done it
mean-
though. Church of Bane is gone. Their leadership is out here. Having
Yeah.
the cross along with their devils. A small group retreating from the site of the battle. Soon
Is
into
there
the sunset.
any way they could be separated from all those goddamn devils? I suppose not.
I mean, easily. If you go there, the devils are going to separate themselves in your direction.
Okay.
Right, you have a guaranteed way of separating them. Just be there.
But what I wanted to do was kill the cultists, not the devils. It's gonna be hard when all the devils just like
Mm-hmm.
swarm us.
Now, if only there was like some way that you could like lead the devils on a goose chase and then teleport to like the people you want to kill.
Only.
Oh. Well, I mean, Sigatrix not gonna be a great goose chase.
I don't know.
Sadly.
Zigatrix good at getting away.
Well, not in flying speed compared to other dragons. But I mean, yes. Streetwise and stealth certainly could make up for that, possibly.
I don't know whether Streetwise is going to help you outside Reddit's here.
Yeah. Sure.
I,
You know
I
what?
will duck into the alleyways of the.
But that would mean that she should call up Emissary, I suppose.
Which would then put you on the spot of how the hell you're going to convince this green dragon who is beyond like is not like in spare no expense territory anymore.
Yeah, how to see, that's the thing. They haven't really been a problem for her.
Literally have been zero problem.
Like, yeah, I don't give a shit.
The only way we would have had contact is she intends to eventually send folks like near here in preparation for like containing and then resolving Nobadian. But like that was years in the future.
Yeah, so cool.
There's like the sound of like someone playing a string instrument, like a cello of some kind, and then like a piping response that the great and mighty Emissary Legiothere will be with you momentarily. Like the music halts.
That's better than Novacree singing.
And then like Missouri leaders there like trudges in from like her hunting that she was doing for the day, which isn't a hunt because it's not a fair competition because nothing can stand up to her in this entire forest. That she wants to eat anyway. Like probably Zalaznar could, but she doesn't want to eat Zalaznar, so it's a bit of a that's treant protection right there. Like she goes like pick up the sending stone and says, "We're sick of tricks. To what do I owe the pleasure?"
Just like a pregnant pose, like, yes, about that. I have accomplished to split up the cult of Bane that was residing in Redisir. Their leadership is currently fleeing. And they are followed
Congratulations.
by... Why, thank you. They're followed by devils, with them allied with.
Yeah, I
Yes.
remember hearing about that last year in Westgate.
Yes.
So further congratulations then?
There's a very like I would like to see that they do not come back. And thus I think that would be best to end the leadership once and for all.
Well, religious fanatics are highly committed and dedicated, but I hear there's a high priestess who was leading them. I suppose you'd want to eat her and do
Yes.
do whatever you do. Okay. So
However, it would be hard to do on my own, which is why I have sigh called to ask for your aid.
I don't want to fight those devils.
We will have to eventually.
No, we don't. Like, if they flew here and visited me at my lair, then sure, I'd fight them with the full wrath of the Emerald Enclave. I do not see why I need to fight them. What of mine are they threatening? Are they raiding your fort? No. It sounds like they're out there by the ruined keep at Redensir that you took from them. So they're gonna be nomadic, like the Red Banner host. So unless like the High Priestess comes to knock on my door with the devils in tow, why do I have to fight them? If the answer is because you're going to fight them, then I'm starting to wonder if you've been listening to Valignith.
Visicus wonders about that too. Oh god. Well, I think it will be easier to take care of them now than it will in the future.
There are unfathomable amounts of devils that must exist across all of the planes. Hundreds of millions.
Definitely.
Right. And so I don't see why. Like, I certainly didn't bother hunting down every imp that showed itself to me. The devils are going to be out there, always observing and watching and scheming.
Yes, but do we want them to have allies such as a High Priestess of Bane?
Right, you've made an argument for this High Priestess, but you haven't made an argument for the devils.
As you say, we can't, sadly, kill all devils.
I didn't need you to reaffirm that statement. The logic is unassailable.
Sadly, well, perhaps we could separate the two.
Why is Bane my problem anyway? There is a force out there that could flood my entire lair in the region it's in. And you want me to care about some sort of tyrannical god? And wants to, like, lord over things? Especially after you beat up and slaughtered the followers here? Not for the first time, I might add. But okay. An idea to, like, distract them. Are you gonna craft a wooden dragon and wheel it out over the plains near Redensir and paint it black, and maybe the devils will go after it?
I think it's like an involuntary snort. Well, I was thinking of luring the devils away and perhaps using the rings to teleport. But of course, that would need your collaboration. If that is not possible, then, well, I suppose they will leave.
She breathes in and says, So I fly out there. You get there first. You lead the devils away. I'm there, perhaps on the idea, the pretense of communing with this high priestess. Or some sort of nonsense. And then you come in, and you're the one who does the killing. And I can go back home.
Sure.
All right. He's been convinced. Like, that's it? That's all I have to do? Okay.
I mean...
She says, great. When do you want to do it?
As soon as possible.
All right. And she, like, there's, like, a pause as she, like, uses, like, the Ring of Protector to, like, sense, like, where Cicatrix is right now.
Yeah, she's about halfway to Wednesday.
Immediately just like, teleports to Cicatrix.
Oh, hey!
Just like a swirl of, like, wind. Cut out on the travel time, you know?
The question is, how do you jump weirdly in the air? There's like a stutter. Like, oh. Yeah, air fiction.
Yeah, there you go. Her Allegiance sphere, like, momentarily, like, begins plummeting, but then, like, her great wings, like, lift. Though she is a bit slower in the air than she used to be, given that she is no longer wearing the sandals that were adding +2 to her racial flying speed.
Right.
Now she is faster on land once again than flying.
All right. Well, Vesicatrix will go in and lure some devils, which should not be hard.
All right.
And Emizure Leaders here is going to
stay away from companion.
Polymorph into her human form and begin the process of, like, trekking, like, obviously she's going to fly, like, a good chunk of the way there so that she knows when the plan's going to be executed, but then, like, not be a dragon.
It's going to be an adventure, just,
That's what it is. It's going to be a wayward adventure, perhaps someone who could be recruited to serve Bane and, like, rebuild the might from scratch.
Yes, I love tyranny.
I, too, wish to lord over everything. I hate dragons.
Dragons suck. Boo.
Yeah.
Especially that one over there. Oh my god, look, devils, there's a...
Yeah. All right. Let's see how effectively you can draw these devils away. Would you prefer a bluff or stealth?
A self. Something I'm trained in would be great. No. Go. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. All right. You get every devil that has an air to fly speed, or a mount to follow you. That is. I can tell you what they have left here. It is several giant sort of wasp things with spiny devils on them. A large war devil, even bigger one with wings itself, terrible talons, and a swarm of like angry locusts or something, moving like very red and burnished, all coming for you. Yet with that result, you do a twisted turn, right? You look at them, and I suppose you teleport.
Yeah, I do. Suck it, bitches.
Which is also going to be the very first time where any of the dragons is going to see Imizuri Lidrathir in her non-dragon form.
Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't.
She has never revealed that, and while it's a semi-secret in the Emerald Enclave, it's not something that's been advertised. As I'll go ahead and drag the token.
Made a map available on the Dragon Hills. We've
All right,
fought in
go
this
ahead.
area before, so I figured that's probably...
Yeah. Oh. There we go.
Vast nothingness.
Yeah, a vast nothingness. Where do you want me to set myself here? I suppose I'm coming.
We'll stick these people over here.
Okay.
So you're
Yeah.
meeting with them.
Yep.
I suppose you'd be somewhere in front of them.
Yeah.
See, I
it's
suppose
clear
I'm...
the devils are watching like behind, looking out for dragons. These are legion devils. They're soldiers. They got like shields and long swords generally. They probably actually stand like this because they're better in pairs. Watch over each other or shield wall.
And obviously we need to be comfortable enough to have like a human conversation, so
They're
but not too close because that'd be awkward.
They're not
They're
intimidating.
very scary. Yeah, they're very scary.
They certainly are. They're powerful.
Lord.
They're not chosen. I think that much is clear. But they are certainly powerful. Cain is a greater deity who is not afraid of dishing out divine power. Those he's worthy of.
And he's been on a conquest, a rampage of pantheons, and
He's been good for
right.
Cain.
And he's got power to spare so that he can get more power.
There's a dwarf, a heavily armed, like dwarven anti-paladin priest, and then a war priest, who's also very heavily armored.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Like a big cursed mace to compel or to dissuade people from not following orders. And I think Cain does have power over dragons. Maybe there's like it's not like a compelling feeling, right? Imizuri is strong against domination. That's essentially what that would be. But there is the sense, perhaps the slight annoyance at someone who would deign to declare that they rule over the souls of dragons.
Right.
Humans having the audacity to...
if Valignith were here, or basically any other dragon, like they'd flip their shit. But Imizuri Lidrathir is the sort of thing of like, he was strong enough to like take it, and he's got like an aspect of Tiamat, so maybe there's something to be said about it. I mean, I'm not ruled. Baka.
Yeah, I'm great. Fuck you. I'm free.
And she's talking, right? Could you give me a bluff check?
Yeah, I'll give you a bluff check.
Let's
I was
see how,
about to.
unaware.
about to suggest that.
I know what their insight is.
That's good. I know what my bluff is. 1d20 plus 4. We have a meager mere 24.
Yeah, they would at that point they would not be buying it.
Sure.
So they would be on their guard, basically. As to what is this about? You know, it's weird you're showing up here. Just as they've been ousted from their
I mean, they have right to be suspicious.
and they certainly are.
It is weird.
You know, I'm trying to imagine the scene here, right? What's going on? Probably the high
Me
priest
too.
stepped forward. This guy stepped forward to like be close to apprehending Emissary.
Yep.
I think something like
You
it's
can
time
see
for you
like
to kneel before your betters.
I think at that point, like you see like the humans are like backing up and like beginning to shout, "The dragon made me do it!" It's like as the dragon like teleports in.
I was gonna say,
Has to be adjacent to me.
boop.
War priest say you will confess everything. I mean that's
Dragon.
that's initiative right there.
Yeah, you think so? I was gonna say they might be on guard, but do they expect a dragon to magically appear next to them?
They're not surprised,
They
but they
don't.
are.
But you know they're as startled as Vercingetorix is probably appearing right next to them, which also is not pleasant to suddenly just be there. What was Emissary feeling at that moment? What did Vercingetorix sort of?
Probably like awkward. They actually saw through. Like, wow, maybe this whole like dominion over dragons thing might really be in a way that I didn't expect. Maybe. Oh, I think that's what it is, and I also can't roll my initiative. Damn it! I do this every level, where I have like a token that is unpermitted to like.
Which one are you using?
Just go ahead
Oh, the one
and
there.
use a lot of Dragon Hills, yeah, and I'll fix it on the Dragon Coast.
Not allow play.
Is there a moment in her mind where she's like, "What if she doesn't show up?"
No, because
Okay.
she's not worried about that.
Okay, I was gonna say, I guess it was Vercingetorix's request. It's just like,
Vercingetorix is famously non-flaky.
Like,
Yeah.
like Emmy's Leader also would not have concerns over being able to escape like all of the non-flying and unmounted like
Yeah.
entities. Like they couldn't hold her here. Yeah, so I think that's what it is. Like it's like Emmy's Leader here is like, damn, like Besserek must have warned them about me.
Couldn't possibly be.
I know. How dare I no longer have the skill power that allows me to reroll these things? It's terrible.
Feels bad, huh? Gotta
Yeah,
accept the role.
one of these devils being ready for something to go down. They have the unique property of defense. They add defenses to all adjacent Legion devils. Beyond that, of course, they stab dragons. So that's what people go and do. Moving forward, raising a sword and just like striking Vercingetorix as Vercingetorix is dangerously close.
Yes, that will hit.
All right, 8 points of damage. These devils are well trained at fighting draconic foes. Almost as if that was a plan all along.
Yes, it's a weird thing.
These are
I was thinking about whether I contribute, but we had this conversation of the Sending Stones, like, I could just, like, go home, right? And where Secretary was like, yeah. And so I think, following my no-effort ways to Dragon Compulsion, I think this human is gonna look and scream, ah! And just begin, like, panic, like, running. We'll be slow. There we go. Just panic in terror, like human.
they
Who can
absolutely
explain
would have
this?
taken their attacks of opportunity, but there weren't any.
Yep.
Right. Devils will move down. Back. move here. Just to bonuses.
How?
Take a tricks. Devils are basically moving in across this across the dwarf. Just
Yeah, I see it.
to get the strikes in. Got dangerous. They're actual, fully trained, capable players. Good as they get.
All right. Well, I don't have the macro for this. I'm gonna have to roll manually here.
Uh-oh.
Yes,
What is it?
it is a close burst 1 ability.
Oh.
Yeah, ho ho ho.
Or targets them.
Yes, plus my bonus to hit, which is 99. Copy. Copy that. All right. First one is a crit.
on the High Priestess.
And, oh my lord.
What is this against?
Yes, I will check. AC.
Okay, so it hits the. And it hits the dwarf. And it misses the
Oh
last.
wow. Yeah, I was gonna say 1 is a definite miss.
Right, so a crit and 2 hits.
All right.
What are you doing here? What does it look like?
What's
What is this
happening?
move?
Yes, this ability is called Death Dance, and is my new encounter ability. And I think it is just Vesicatrix coming in here. She is oozy for a moment, having teleported. There's that like, where the fuck am I? Gets stabbed a couple times, and then she just, swings her claws around her in sort of a tornado, almost just like, reaching out against all these puny beings. Plus, 12. Plus 17. Yes. Okay.
You will
My-
confess your sins.
All right. 25 damage.
Right?
Hey.
Which is maxed for your crit, which is also 25. Because 2d4 is 8.
Hey. But then, of course, crit ensues.
Yes, crit what a way to describe that.
Yeah, let me just check.
Do you have a thing where you have combat advantage against people if you're acting before them in like the first round of initiative?
Yes. I was just looking that up. Yes.
Which means that you're most likely using your sneak attack on the High Priestess.
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay.
So we'll start with that. Here you go, High Priestess.
Let me hand you this L.
Then we will have this. And then we will have this. And then I still have a minor action.
I believe we also maximize like sneak attack.
Oh. Yeah,
I don't know whether that's true.
I believe so. I believe crit dice
Alright.
and crit abilities are striker abilities.
All right. Well,
As was this, it's plus my strength.
like what do you roll for sneak attack? Like we'll just max that out.
It's up there. It's a 5d8 plus.
Yeah.
Okay. That's right. He can see it.
Yes, I was like,
The 5d8 plus 5 then sounds like 45.
Sure.
Does the offhand hit?
It does, yes.
Great. Then minor action.
It is 82 damage from the hit, and then 22 at the start of the next.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then
Minor action must have scored a critical hit against an enemy this turn. What's critical opportunity? Like an at will, an encounter?
it's an encounter power. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, of course. Why would it be?
All right, yeah, that's 18 more.
I saw you eviscerate the people that you eviscerated when you did this solo. Wink.
Yeah, you lash out, ripping and tearing.
Yes.
You did an action point
Oh,
on top
I
of that
was
too.
gonna say. I mean, yeah, considering it. I'm not gonna lie.
Get that advantage.
Yeah, you know, it is a good thing.
And obviously
Also, I
the
can
high
shift 2
priestess
squares
here,
after. So.
right? The high priestess
Uh,
here certainly is powerful. Just
Yes. All right. I'll action point. Chris, you're right. As
Okay.
usual. Ugh.
So what do you? Thank you. Oh, so what do you gain? Like what happened? I forget. Like when you spend an action point, what happens?
Not a lot really. It's I can use it to re-roll a failed roll.
Oh, okay.
But since I won't be doing that, it is of little use to me, really.
Okay. Got it.
But I mean, it's a good ability. It's
I didn't say it wasn't. I wasn't.
yeah.
I wasn't ability shaming you.
Yeah. All right. Let's do a bloodbath attack.
That's true. I think Campbell brings up. Do you still have the ability to decrease people's defenses when you crit them?
Oh yes, I do.
It's by 1 or 2.
Minus 2.
It's 2 to all defenses.
But does not stack.
Does not stack.
Well,
Import.
minus 2 for
import.
an encounter is pretty good.
Yep. It
Like
is.
permanent advantage, right? All right.
Yes. All right. It is time for the bloodbath. Yeah. Where is it? There it is.
Bloodbath might. Yeah. Okay. I was about to say it probably is the actual name of the power too.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. That's a hit. 17. Target knocked prone. 17. Knocked prone. Takes ongoing damage equal to 5. Save ends. Okay.
Yes. And until the end of the encounter, when I hit, it will take ongoing 5.
All right. Yeah, you basically renew it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's a lot
right.
of mashes. Putting that. I mean, this is certainly how you get the attention of everybody. You appear, you flail around, kill a devil, like strike the dwarf, and put this priestess on the ground. And
It is you who will confess her sins.
yes, they will just rush you.
No. Oh, also I attacked with combat advantage, of course, which means that I have +2 concealment. Is that in my label?
Yeah. Dwarf is looking at his ability to mark people because he's gonna just hit you with a sword.
That will hit.
Vicious blow.
Yes, I agree.
Unnatural crit.
Ow.
Running into the dragon, trying to get your attention, but unable to until the beginning of your next turn. This takes 7 points. Then stands up. And here I thought I would have to search further for a worthy mount. You shall make do.
Oh.
No, if you lose this fight, they're not going to kill you. They're going to capture and tame you.
What a dark future for a couple sessions of Amiens versus Adventures.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Oh no!
As I said, this character is not. I think their power was foreshadowed.
Yes, you did.
As she will hold out the mace of Bane and will use her power, Shatter the Will, which makes 2 attacks. If both hit, protagonist also unconscious save ends.
Oh
Having
my
no will
God.
to resist anymore. It's of course worth saying that the command powers of the trick work best on unconscious enemies. So there will be one mace attack. Not a hit, so declared for now. Another one.
That will not hit me. Oh yes, it will be hit me.
Yeah, it will.
As you get
Please, damn
struck, 13 damage.
Yeah.
Not too much, really. But then there's this searing, it leaves like a burning mark, a hand print in ash. And ongoing radiant damage.
She has to try and save for the ongoing.
Yes, absolutely does.
Oh hey, continued
just ongoing.
advantage.
That's just ongoing 5 that she's taking there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, just want to make sure.
Devil comes in, swinging sword.
God damn it.
Then this priest looks after this person. Screaming lady. Nah, that's not a threat compared to a dragon. I don't think that's pretty much.
I don't want to confess my sins.
You know, they can have the dragon hunt that person down later.
I didn't steal the candy when I was a child.
That's true. They can
My
just have the
sister didn't
dragon hunt
like
that
it.
person down later. That's fine. Yes,
Yeah.
you can teleport, but the question is, will you want to teleport from her?
I can't teleport.
No, you.
We did.
No, I did. You didn't.
I did.
Oh, duh. Really? Really? I'm gonna mute myself and have a conversation.
Yeah, which power here? That's really is his job. Really is to stop people from running away, but this can't justify him. You know what? He's a psychopath. I'm gonna give him a saving throw. Failure. He thinks the dragon's handled and take care of the lady. The dragon is more important. Then he will look to Cicatrix and try to get Cicatrix to stay here to be taken over. Use the Lance of Fear.
No.
Failure. Blast. But Cicatrix did not feel the fear of the punishment of Bane.
Cicatrix there with a fortitude of 37. Woo.
So that new amulet, you know.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Up and attacks.
No.
Okay, let's keep running.
Like, I'm trying to think of like a reasonable justification since I've already committed this far. I think it's a draconic compulsion there. I think that's a self-compel. I don't think she's, unless for Cicatrix was like, please, for the love of God, help me. I don't. No. Let me just give myself a point of draconic essence and take myself out of this fight.
Running
Yep.
on the ground here.
Yep, she's got a shapeshift as a minor action to a brown like snake, basically, and then just like
Rustle.
begin like
Well, that's
like
weird.
slithering. Yep.
What can we do about it? I have a dragon mount. That's what's good.
All right. I'll be right back. Good luck.
Strike. 8 damage.
8 damage. Yeah.
Cicatrix. That's 1 going.
Yes, 10 ongoing also. All right. How are we looking up? Hell. Ow. This grinds a motherfucker down.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, you're fighting all these guys alone.
Yeah, I noticed, but I don't know how to make that
Now,
not be
none
a
of them
thing.
can fly. That much is.
Yeah, you know. All right. Minor action. Activate my diamond cincher belt, which lets me use a minor action to destroy one of the gems and spend a healing surge.
All right.
which I will do
Mhm.
once I have found how much my healing search is worth. There we go. Oh. All right. Those are used. Deep dive. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at my
I mean,
stuffs.
an important time to make the right decision.
You know, I feel as if it is. Yes. Uh, God. Yeah, I mean, I have combat advantage, so that's really best I can do. Convert movement and do a dragon breath. How big is that now? Is the ever-present question. Dragon should be here. Also, close blast 3. Is that correct?
Sounds right. I mean,
So that'll be the priestess and the 2 devils and the one beside behind.
I'm back. Are you talking about your dragon breath?
Yes.
We're at 4. When we upgraded to large size, we got a 4. So it's close blast 4.
do that.
Oh, those guys. Yes.
Yeah, roll it. Start with the little guys, and then that looks.
Oh, 5.
It.
Wait. One more?
Yes.
Oh.
Trying to keep a track here of I did also hit. Just hit. He's hit. Alright, so if I one of the damage, 11. Being devil, they will. Alright, yeah. Blast of acid sort of scorching the devils. They try to hide behind the shields, but too much of it.
All right. Well, she has renewed ongoing.
Oh yeah, she always still had it, so
Yeah. Great. And then,
got a standard left.
yes. It's time to.
You're attacking her, yeah?
Yes.
Mark it. Alright, yeah, that's a hit for 26.
I was gonna say I can't see what the dice is rolled, but 17, 16. Okay, yeah. And sneak
10.
attack. Boop.
Also 6. And 30 more damage.
Yep.
I think a lot. This devil needs to get to his.
Oh, I need to try and save for the
Yes.
ongoing. Let's see here. Saves. Nope.
Here. Back.
No.
And dwarf attack as well. Let's see, it was like 15 damage. Down. Do this anytime. All right, yeah, well, he's just gonna keep trying to get you with the first mace. 2 strikes, 1 hit,
Whew!
18 damage, and 10 radiant damage seconds.
All right. Does that stack with the other one?
Nope, same.
Okay, same effect.
War
Oh, by the
priest.
way, let me just check.
Just the 5.
Ah,
Figure it's good.
it's both -2 is both to attack rolls and defenses. You have that written, right?
All right, yeah.
Yeah, like you already accounted for that. Okay, good. 18 damage. Yeah.
That is to end of encounter. Yeah.
Yes. It is.
The war priest. You know, you just did a healing. It is time to make you talk. He will use his sound to make you unwilling confession. Try to, anyway. Which would
No.
make you dazed, unable to gain healing powers, or be affected by things that grant saving throws. Yeah, as he tries to command you to simply, you know, tell him what do you do here? Why do you seek to resist Bane's power?
Power.
I'm sure he's not here. I'll remove you from initiative.
That's
He
cool.
can still be somewhere if you want. They're not gonna find a snake in all this grass.
No.
All right. This leads you double strike. So hit
Yes.
8. Cicatrix. 10 ongoing.
God. Space grinds a motherfucker down.
Remember to say you also now begin your turn next to the iron bulwark over there. Marked by.
Okay.
We'll choose
What?
to make that happen.
Okay.
-2 from attacking people who know him.
So if you like included him with like a closed burst or blast, that's perfectly fine. But if it's just like a single
Yeah.
target attack, you'll
I was
hit
gonna say.
which makes up for the -2 to the defenses you're giving the high priest.
Yeah. I was gonna say the strikerness does not allow it for a lot of AOE. Yeah. I mean. Ow. It's a good thing that I'm a paranoid dragon, and even though I don't have full access to all my healing searches, I have the next best thing, which is a crappy thing, which is healing potions.
So they
uh,
a limited value.
hmm?
They give you like 10 hit points or something.
What's the tier of the
Yeah,
potion?
that depends on the tier.
What you got?
I got a couple of level 15 ones, which gives you 25. And you can make a saving throw against an effect that a save can end.
Okay.
So I'm gonna drink one of those as a minor action. Because, you know, I have no cleric available to me. And then I'm gonna try. Sorry, I'm just making sure that I keep tabs on my search. And then I'm gonna try. You know, not have ongoing. Maybe. Nope. Shit. All right. It's me. Can't really. I mean, can't really not hit this person. I feel like. then again, I'm gonna have to fucking kill these devils. They're gonna nickel and dime me down. But she's no, I can't do it.
I don't know, man. The High Priestess isn't even bloodied, and you're 2 hits with that away from being unconscious.
Yeah. What? I don't know what you're saying.
Saying that maybe this isn't possible to you. But
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's spooky.
it is.
This is not a situation where I would compel you. Manikai might, or you might, but I would.
Like Visigotix is enough of a coward dragon too. But you know.
Yeah, but she's also very angry dragon. Oh god, I can't. It's the thing. It's like, but I still have advantage.
Anger and cowardice war.
Oh, I still have combat advantage. It'd be so easy.
What if,
No, not to finish them, but I mean,
I mean, it sounds like you're compelling yourself.
no.
Are you compelling yourself?
Fucking end up as a mount.
yeah.
Well, shit. Well, shit. Well, you know, I'll God. I know what the smart thing is to do, which is leave.
But you don't want to do it.
I don't want to do it.
And don't.
Yeah. All right.
You're self-compelled. Stick around. Take that essence.
I will.
Okay. See it done. You will see this High Priest of Bane defeated. Powerful.
Yes. All right. It is time for it. Yeah. Just go here.
That's a hit. More important, it's an 18.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a crit, right?
It is.
Okay,
Right.
so
It is a crit.
Fuck your -2, Mark. I'll just crit anyway, Baka.
20 damage plus sneak attack. Once again. 5.
It's so much.
32. 6. 21 at next turn.
Oh.
And that with the -2 to defenses is a hit. 14 more. 117 damage and 21 extra next turn.
And ongoing is renewed. Yay!
And if the priestess attacks where Cicatrix, she can make an immediate interrupt attack.
You slash deep and hard enough that this priestess is bloodied. Just stepping back, just looking at this dragon, trying to force their will upon you, but you will not, you will not submit to
I
their
will not.
control. That said, you also did attack without this dwarf's outside this dwarf's mark. So he will immediate action trigger it.
Sorry, I meant to use one of my War Ring ability. It's a free action.
Okay.
Use this power when you score a critical hit with a weapon or implement. Add 2 extra dice of critical hit damage, which I will do, which would be 2d10s.
Reaction.
I
All
always
right,
forget
now
to do
comes
that.
the immediate
Yes.
reaction punishment.
With my extra defense. It is a no.
That's a close burst 10? My god.
As Bane tries to
Narrowly.
refuse, you're supposed to be in an orderly combat, and here you are breaking all the rules. Not accepted.
Okay, well. I'll think about that for a bit.
Take your saving throw though.
Yes.
You're going as hard as you can against this encounter.
Alright. Come on. Yes. No ongoing. Fuck
That
that.
will stab you. Crit.
Thord. Great.
Dwarf will see if he can recover his ability to make you feel bad about what you
Okay, but
can.
is it still 8 damage or?
Yeah, it's 8 damage. Dude, the minions, they just do 8 damage.
Okay.
If anyone's got a crit,
It hurts extra bad, though.
guy will hit.
No, he will
Dwarf
not.
hits hard with his smiting longsword, but
Yeah, I felt it.
the high priest here takes what? 15, 21.
Now, question.
Is 36 damage.
The effect that adds extra crit dice, would that also apply to the extra, because the crit dice is rolled for the next turn?
Good question. So, what is the...
The Blood
What-
Iron Dagger says, when you score a critical hit with this weapon, the target of the attack takes 1d10 damage per enchantment bonus of this weapon at the start of your next turn.
No.
Okay.
That is not defined as the crit dice. It is 1d10 per enchantment.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So there we go. More damage laid in. No. Not time. But let's see. It might just have the dragon be a conch.
All right, you'll get an
Nuts.
immediate interrupt before
yeah.
that first attack comes in, Ari, to see
Got
about
my
punishing.
coach here today. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a way to call it coaching because I ain't participating.
Yeah,
All right. 12 more
yeah, the
damage.
coach left you alone, and now it's like, yeah, hey.
The coach doesn't participate in a fight.
That's right. The coach and the fighter agreed that the coach would go home.
Yeah, I really hoped that they would
Shifts
attack you, but they didn't. So
The
Bloody,
Warfreaks
now
thought
it's time to take a step back and let more other people.
okay,
Specifically this guy. Ant-Man. Here. Point down.
you can't point down at visitors.
And then raise up that two-handed mace and do the Imperator's Strike. Make this dragon recoil.
No.
Swinging it. Missing.
should have studied under some ogres.
Yeah.
Gotta have miss effects, man. It's the only way to get them.
Yeah, I mean, also true.
Devil. Stack. Just a hit, maybe?
Yes.
They hit pretty well because they're devils.
They
They're
do.
Strong. They're good at what
I
they
mean,
do.
they're trained for murder of dragons, as I understand it.
Cicatrix.
Yes. I have to look up rolls for potions. How many can you consume? Heal potions. As
Like a
many as you
drop.
have?
My arm.
Yeah. Is that as long as you have searches for it, I suppose?
I think that's the limiter, yeah.
Okay.
It's basically just a
Alright.
very inefficient way to spend your healing searches.
It is, but they're useless to me otherwise, so.
Yeah, true. got a second wind
know.
in there somewhere, but
Hmm?
you got a second wind at some point, but that's
Oh,
a standard
yeah.
action.
Drinking a potion is usually a minor action, so long as you
Yeah.
have the healing surges and the potions and the action
Yeah.
economy to spend on it.
You know?
But that dragon money.
All that dragon money. Well, it's money I already spent, so
It's true. It's basically free now.
I don't know about that far. I don't know about that, but there's a guy in my way.
Yeah.
Which is rude. Honestly.
You've got a power that allows you to like relocate before you make an attack, at least one.
I do. And see, the awkward thing is I was thinking like, oh, I mean, that would be really useful if I'm gonna leave.
If you need to fucking get away, but you already compelled yourself to get done. So
Yeah, I was like, yeah, god
you
damn it.
solved that
I did it.
problem.
Yeah, you know.
You don't have fly speed, so you can shift into the air. Move over some people, but you know.
Yeah, but they're still gonna be able to hit me, right?
Oh yeah. You can hit them, they can hit you. It's your reach.
Yeah. No, Grimace, I specifically linked me to this incredible power.
The incredible power.
Incredible power. The
Is
power
this-
of acrobatics as a rogue.
Oh, yes, the thing that you retrain yourself into.
Dragon
now, the
cartwheels.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
It is called dazzling acrobatics.
Okay.
It's a move action.
Right. You have one of
Um,
those.
I do. You can shift twice your speed,
Ooh.
and then you can also climb, and that's not particularly relevant.
If an enemy attacks you while you shift, because some enemies can do that,
Yes.
you would get a +4 bonus to armor class against that attack. Yes.
wish
Move
you could
action,
hit.
you can shift twice your speed and climb.
Yeah, none of them have something that would allow them to.
I was gonna say I have 14 squares. I figure I can find
get
my way
wherever
over.
you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
You pick a square and then be there. Right. 14. It's
Yeah, you know. Oh no. Yeah. This is more lined up.
well,
I
that
like
is
it
a
better.
useful power. Twice your speed as a move action.
Yep,
I've
encounter.
never seen it before.
That's encounter
That's
power
because-
though. So
Yeah.
delicious.
It's encounter.
Mhm.
Yeah,
The broke
all right.
bullshit.
Good to have some, right?
It, you know.
Yeah, third down. You're right there. You're right where you want to be. Person tried to step away from you. They got negative penalty to defenses. They're bloodied. I can tell you
Denied.
their defenses are much higher when they're not bloody.
Oh,
But a couple crits certainly put them
That's-
below that threshold.
that licks fingers. Oh, oh.
They're
Ooh,
not too
okay.
difficult for you to hit now.
No,
Particularly because all these guys are very heavily armored.
because they're bleeding. I have combat advantage, so an extra +2 on top.
It's a hit. Not a great hit, but it's a hit.
And now they have ongoing damage forever.
18 damage and 5 more ongoing. 5
Last
for
until they're not-
encounter,
No longer bloodied.
which
I
is
think
basically encounter. And
Yes.
sneak attack.
Okay. I need to fucking check my. No, it's alright. Yes.
All right. Yeah. That's good then.
Yeah. That's all my actions.
Devil's gonna follow you.
Gah!
You will be nickel and dimed by the swords
Yes, I
forged
will.
in the fires of Avernus.
He strikes you.
You know, if someone has to hit me.
There's 20 ongoing damage. And it's harsh at this. Maybe. There's no secondary target here. We're kind of inefficient, but it's the dragon's here. Let's try the mace. Mace is good value, all things considered. If you can actually hit with it, which there's a good chance of doing, it's not happening. So the mace is swung again. So it just dodges, blocks with a
Yes.
tail or a claw. in a way that doesn't touch the head of it. Back. Yeah, we're gonna spend an action point here. They're holding out the mace and calling from the sky the Ark of Bane. Try to smite this dragon. The 27,
Ark of
however, will
Bane.
not do it.
You're not being carried away.
I was gonna say 27. Because my reflex.
I was going for that stun save ends effect.
Yeah. A bit.
There's 2 saving throws. Well, that's the saving throw you want to see.
Yeah.
This really this good thing. Try to swing with the 2-handed mace again. Missing.
Nope.
With this dragon. Get it to stop moving. And this devil wants to stand next to his devil buddy. So he moves over here and attack.
Nope.
Pikatrix. Look at dodging
And
and weaving.
blocked. Yet again.
Yeah. Almost like that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Shield wall bullshit.
How dare you be a large size like creature?
Yeah,
Wait,
I was literally looking. I was like, oh, I could just side. Wait a minute.
You cannot.
I'm big and clumsy.
You're not clumsy.
I'm not.
You're just big boned.
Incredible at critics.
Why don't you perform an acrobatic stunt
Would
to
no
somersault over an opponent?
no longer be marked by this guy. That only happens if you start your beginning of a turn next to him.
Oh.
Did you?
Yeah, is it time to look up acrobatic stunt?
I mean, I just make an acrobatics check to swing from a chandelier, somersault over an opponent, slide down a staircase on your shield, or attempt any other acrobatic stunt that you can imagine, and that your DM agrees to let you try. The DM sets the DC based on the complexity of the stunt and the danger of the situation. It's a standard action or move action depending on the stunt. If you fail, you fall prone. And the DM may change where you land depending on the stunt and the situation. You may possibly fall or suffer some other consequence. Base DC is 15.
Yeah, but, I mean, would I still not take attacker's opportunity? Like,
I mean, you're basically trying to tumble to not do that.
oh, sure. I mean, if you'll let me, I mean,
Sure. What's the easiest way to do that doesn't set a terrible precedent for the future? I think the DC to do that would be their reflex.
Sure.
You can do a check that's higher than that. You can like do a fancy check too. If you fail though, to get any one of their reflex defenses, then one of them like interrupts your little fancy jump.
okay,
full
move or
prone.
standard action.
I think it's a move.
Standard action, move action, depending on the stun.
You're just trying to get to like here.
Yeah,
That's a move.
basically,
Move.
in range.
But if you fail, you fall prone where you are
Sure.
and get stabbed.
And get stabbed.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
if you're moving, trying to move.
all right. I'll do it.
Oh, well, that'll do it. You're about a 50-50 though, but yeah. If this combat isn't high risk, then I don't know what is. Yeah, the Psychic managed to flail. They all like swing their swords and try to get you, but the dragon is
Aha!
too nimble, too fast somehow, shifting its bulk.
Whoa! Muscle.
Sure, yes, scales and sinew.
Big
and whatnot.
bones.
Dragon bone is valuable. You should be happy.
Did I have big bones? Yeah, that's great.
You're made of great value.
Oh my lord,
That is
Well
a
then.
crit.
it is. It is a crit.
Any damage?
Sneak attack maxed.
That
That
is
is a
that.
poor roll on sneak attack. Thank
Yeah.
God that's a crit.
Plus 35. All right. Do you have anything else left that triggers? a crit?
Yes.
Plus
Now you will wield the curse mace.
plus 5, right? Plus.
And
It's
that
just
is
a
a-
hit with the reduced
oh, I
defenses.
was gonna say I always have +2. So
120 damage and 21
and
on start.
another ongoing 5 effect.
And the 5 ongoing. The thing. All right, lots of blood. People even have this much blood? I don't know.
But Cicatrix pumps blood into people so she can take it from them again.
As another strike, I mean, it's crits, right? So what is Cicatrix? Is it like the face? Like what? It's just the freaking tearing and ripping and
I think,
and
like,
mashing.
I like the triumphant thing, right? Like, I feel like that basically, like, the first crit sets it up, right? So, like, some plates of the armor has been, like, slightly removed, right? And then I just imagine it's like that snake waiting, right? So then she, like, lifts her arm, and suddenly, like, she's exposed where the Cicatrix has moved something, and she just, like, goes right there.
Mhm.
So basically, the more she hits them, the more weak points they get, of course, and then she can, keep doing it.
These penalties to defenses though are actually doing quite a lot with some of these attacks. Not the crits, of course, but
No, yeah,
well, the devils will step in, try to continue that.
no.
In here, stop the dragon in its tracks. Well, it's 31 damage.
+2 times ongoing. Oh yeah.
We'll swing the mace. A hit
No. Oh yeah.
for 20 damage and 10 ongoing radiant damage. Say that.
Viewers, let me not hesitate to remind you, where Cicatrix is literally like 2 high rolls, maybe crits away from falling unconscious and this fight being over.
Yeah.
A crit would do a lot here, but remember the 10 ongoing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, step backwards. Get rid of some of these damn ongoing effects. Just one. Yeah, everyone should be 1.
Yeah.
See, this is where their good rolls come. That's a natural 20 and then like an 18.
I wish I had +5 to fucking save, dude.
Yeah, well, you're not human. So you don't know how that is.
Fuck you.
All the feet.
It is. Yes.
Or solo creatures, that also.
Yeah.
Um,
Solo creatures get the
I am
+5.
soloing. I am a creature and I'm soloing.
living
Give me
that
my
dragon
+5
dream. This guy will strike with the Imperator's Spear. No.
No.
Good
Go
attack
away.
too. All right, yeah, no.
God damn it.
And Tiamat be with you. Whatever god you prefer. Steps over.
I am not
slices,
picky, really.
misses by a couple. Take a tick. You have 10 ongoing.
This could be a meld
Oh wait,
of...
she hit me, right?
Yeah, she did.
She should have received an attack.
All right, you attack with a riposte strike. Or...
Yes.
Well, that hits for 12.
Just, it's not much,
Yeah,
but
I'll again. We're taking extra care with the rules here because I don't want this fight to happen something that it shouldn't because someone got a rule wrong. You take your 10.
Oh, yes, sorry. All right, time to fucking use another potion.
You don't want to be bloodied. Who knows what they might do to you?
Yeah. This war priest, he's just waiting.
Whew.
How many potions you
Alright.
got?
What?
How many potions do you got?
I had 10.
Oh damn. Okay.
Look,
Yeah, no, I get
this has
it.
been a problem for a while of being a dragon, a striker that can't get combat advantage and can't heal herself.
Yes.
It's very hard to be a single creature.
Can't get combat advantage, she says, as she's enjoyed combat advantage against this high
Which
priest
is
for almost...
why I have made myself a build where I can make someone bleed, and that gives me combat advantage.
Forever.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, what's
Now-
the next move?
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
You want to try jumping
Uh,
again? Risking that prone and stab a bunch?
Yeah, I mean, what else am I gonna do?
You could stay and fight some of these guys. I mean, they're certainly happy for you. It's not.
I mean, I could just shift and move around, but
You
then
could
she's
you,
just
you
gonna.
could shift and fly into the air and like hover over so that you can fly 7 or fly your 5 and get to a place where you can attack her. Next turn.
Yeah, I think that's it. Shift. To... Boop, and then fly.
How high do you fly up?
5. What time of day is it? Have you established?
I have fine time of day. Like noon, maybe?
Yeah, okay. There's only 5 for me.
Alright.
I'm
Make your
flying,
saving throw.
right? Yes,
Oh, in the air.
I am.
You
Like I
fool!
don't care.
Now the devils can't really. They don't have. These guys didn't bring javelins. Dwarf here. Can't do anything. Step here. This will take the 5 ever damage, and will then raise up a hand. It does have a ranged attack, which is the Arg of Bane. Looks like a hit.
Hmm.
13
psychic damage and stunned save ends.
That being an at will is not something I noticed when she used the arc the first time. That would be a problem.
Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it is good crowd control. These guys are specialized in not having people run away from them.
How damaged does she look?
Very damaged. It's bad. Bad time to be.
All right. Well, then I will use an immediate interrupt.
Okay. When you're hit by an attack.
Anticipate attack.
Okay.
You gain a +4 bonus to all defenses until the end of your next turn.
Alright, so you have now a defense of
41 reflex.
plus the 2 from below. I don't know if that's still there, but
No, not this turn.
well, yeah. Then you will avoid the arc. Like, dude. On your mind.
Or Cicatrix saw it coming.
Ugh.
The War Priest,
Yeah.
though, also has ranged attacks. He's tired of all his potions, so he's gonna make you confess.
No.
No.
I have no confessions to make. I feel great about my choices, bitch.
Encounter once per round. What?
Yeah. I'll do it once per round.
I need that, but for
Really?
healing.
It's,
What action is it then?
It is a standard action.
No, okay. Then
I
I was just wondering what the...
I'm thinking now, how would he do it more than once? But
Yeah, that's what I
fine.
was inquiring
I think
about.
it's
Like,
because he shares the power with certain other Banite creatures that might be elites and have action.
oh,
But,
okay.
you know.
Okay. I got you.
Special thing.
He's special.
That said, his command falls on Visic. Yeah. One, just gonna stand up there for Cicatrix. At you.
Yeah.
Also, you're no longer marked. That's only when you stand next to this guy at the start of your turn. You're in the air.
Oh.
There's no -2 or retribution.
Yeah. Sup? Girl.
The Black Dragon lands.
It does. Wait a minute here. I have an actual power. Stop advilling here for a little bit.
I don't know, man. Your at wills have been pretty good.
You know,
Your bust
there
is
are.
working out, but of course less so when people use ranged attacks.
5.
what your gorilla built or whatever.
Yeah.
The light. See, that was the move power I was thinking of that you had.
Really built. You can move before the attack. And that is
Yes.
a hit. Not a proud one, but it's a hit. Reduced defenses.
+3 to AC, baby!
Let's start your next turn. You can over 2 squares you move. Wow, look at that.
And, of course, I hit her, so I get the +2 again. And sneak attack.
It's a 5 ongoing. Every time you hit someone. Alright.
Yes. And a sneak attack. Yes. And, you know, I suppose I'll use a minor to chuck another potion. Why
Gotta
not?
do what you gotta do, right?
You know? What does it look like? Because it's not like she takes them out. It's like she's like gulping. As the acid in her tummy dissolves another bottle, I suppose. It's not proud, but, you know, she done, right? Like,
Isn't a proud dragon. You should do
no,
what's-
well,
what it needs to be done.
she used to
alright,
be.
yeah. Well,
She used to have.
this devil sees
Pride.
this is turning dire. Now it's time for him to really actually have many powers. Okay, that damage roll, but 16 damage or 16 damage.
Oh, they'll just hit. Yeah.
This lady takes 10 ongoing.
Ah!
Yes.
Bitch!
Wow. Alright.
Hey, I
this
deserve
guy,
that.
Now the high battle priest of Bane. He'll-
Congratulations on your promotion.
Yeah, that's his job to finish this. Well, the most important thing right now is that this dragon doesn't get.
No.
No, he's gonna.
Yeah, I can't be flanked,
Doesn't
but
need
that
to
will hit me.
strike this dragon. Take a checks.
Oh,
Grounded
I feel
as the
great.
Baneite priest falls, collapses in front of you, unable to sustain. There's just, it's a mess. You know, that's.
Oh
all we
yeah.
need to say.
Curses
Have
on
you-
her ruined lips.
Yeah. The others are they can't believe it. This
It's like an
insolent
owl
worm.
pellet, but with blood.
Lord Bane, give me strength to smite your foe.
Okay. I saw it done.
You did?
No.
You saw it done.
Are these other people also big deal people?
What do you mean? What do you
Like, the thing was, hey,
standard
let's kill these
creatures.
guys
None
so
of them
they're
are-
not a problem later.
No, these guys are not that. Like they're
Great.
powerful, but they're not by themselves.
So 5 feet. I was 5 feet up in the air. I go another 5. Do they have reach?
No, they don't. No.
The Legionnaires have stabbed you before, like standing like 10 feet away from you instead of 5 feet.
They can get attacks of opportunity. Like the 2 legionnaires. Yeah, that's 8 damage. I'll take that.
This guy. Well, can certainly still attack you though. Dragon. And now you
No.
can double move. You have the same speed. So he can sort of just like run under you, but you can fly upwards to the point where he
Yeah.
can't reach you. I'm gonna say to spare us from having a lengthy. I'm gonna give him one more chance
Sure.
that he can sort of get. 19 necrotic and radiant damage.
Oh, slowed.
That doesn't matter. You're up.
Okay.
It's just like it's 10 range, right? So 2 up, and then you're
Yeah.
leaving them on the to go and try to tend to their dead. eviscerated. Wounded would be what they would hope for. All right, yeah. You can fly away.
I do. Great.
You do.
I feel invigorated.
You made it happen, even though we were all skeptical.
That was a costly essence. Good. Yeah, but Cicatrix goes home and rests some now. You know, she ended the Call of Bane. She'll text that guy, you know? Like, stop,
Yes.
dude, done.
The entire church is no more. Bane has lost all influence.
Yeah. I mean, surely piracy will take care of these other ones once they
See,
try to play.
they try to play up a trade company. These guys are going to be a pain in the butt for whoever they meet next, but you know, it might not have to be you. So
Yeah. Hell, I'll face them again without the goddamn priestess.
yeah, you defeated them
I
fair and
did.
square
Right.
in a battle that certainly difficult
Yeah.
for that.
Dun, dun, dun.
We should probably strive to finish out this year since we're not going to be playing again until January.
Yes.
Yes. I'm good to go. I don't have any things tomorrow, so
No,
as long as it takes.
What I'm saying is, we'll try to do it a little bit quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll see.
All right. So let's have.
say now it's Grimm's turn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there was stuff I was going to do when Midsummer rolled around. So yeah,
Yeah. So Midsummer begins to come around. Let's have that be the next stop.
Cicatrix drinking.
Could do more moving about.
Yeah.
I'll
As
go get a drink.
yep. As a Visory Legis here, makes her way back and does a confirm through the ring and like, oh hey, good. She is currently alive, and her current emotional state is pleased.
Triumphant.
Yeah, triumphant, but also still angry.
Well,
Yeah, so this clock I've had to assemble a proper force to face the far realm. I've gotten folks enlisted from Westgate. I've made deals with the Duragar Empire down there to contract out mercenaries.
Yeah.
I've spent my personal gold to kit them out with the ability to resist psionic attacks, psychic terrible things. But the thing that I think is really going to finish us off is actually getting them to work together into a cohesive force. Now, that's something that the Dragon's going to have to handle personally, because we've got disparate elements from Westgate combined with Duragar from below and these Earth Genasi. And they're going to need to be able to actually work in concert. And that's the thing she's going to end up applying, I think, with a personal skill. Probably something like diplomacy, if she ends up spending time with them to train them together and force them to, in unison. They're all psionics. They all have a common foe, and even if they're in it for different reasons, they have a shared energy here.
yeah. I mean, again, it's if they were a faction, they would be a faction with very low sovereignty, right? We're trying to get it to a middling sort of a workable. They may not yet just become buddies, but if the Durgar are willing to not just speak Durgar Dwarven dialect all the time, that's a good start.
That's right. Communication is key. Let's work in building bridges for communication.
I made it some sort of team building PowerPoint.
There we go.
All right, yeah. I'd say a DC 25.
Sure. Let's go ahead and do that.
Moderate.
Let's see here. Roll 1d20 plus. Do I want to spend any points of Draconic Essence on this? No, I think I won't. I think if this fails, I think she might take a lesson from Valignith and try a harder approach. That's a 32.
That'll do. Yeah. All right. Well, you had there's not a big chance of that being necessary.
No, it wasn't.
All right. Yeah.
These are-
Spending the months here to talk to them and coach them. Uphill battle, but one person they all respect is Emissary.
Yep.
using that as a forge to make teams of people with different specialties that can work well together. And and we will then finish out the clock, which will create an asset for fighting the aberrant.
Hooray!
Like that. Yeah, and we talked about it being that you wanted dice over like expert die. Is that still? Because expert die, I think, would make sense. You're an expert.
Yeah, the expert thing.
That's yeah. What should we call it? Like a psionic operatives or something like that, and it would be +1 expert die when attacking using might against. No, that's too narrow. It would be when attacking an aberrant foe.
All right, but not for defending against an aberrant foe, only attacking.
No, you're right. I'm just trying to come up with the wording here.
Right.
But in conflict, or just against an aberrant.
Yeah, against.
Aberrant is very narrow, as it turns out.
Yeah.
A very limited number of people, and an asset should be useful, ideally stronger when it's.
Yeah. Gain an expert die against an aberrant foe.
Oh.
Okay.
That has been achieved. Drilled them into it.
Psionic operatives gain an expert die against an aberrant foe. All right, delightful. As for what I want the company to do, I think, in light of what's happening here with the coastline, I think I want the company's work to actually go investigate. Shit, I'm actually gonna have to talk with Anglispark about it. Maybe he won't mind. We'll say that we'll jazz hands it and say that it's to deal with apolethic sovereignty things, against the far realm. See, once upon a time, before the spell plague and the sea sinking, there used to be islands that held the actual power and influence and were blessed by Sylvanas. And I think a starting point for actually terraforming the land here, between the Golthander region there, is to actually harness and pull out some of the old blessings, channel, see if we can find some sort of remnants of the old magic that was left in the land, because we're having to terraform the land and calling upon the power of Sylvanas to do that, for nature to protect itself. And I think the company's primary efforts this year are going to be on that goal, to seek out natural leystones or places of power, or fragments or relics left behind that haven't been found or scoured by adventurers or what have you. So that we can go from there and take something from those fragments and do something more.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this area generally used to be islands, right? But the Golfmere sort of spread when the sea level decreased.
Yeah.
Have been quickly reclaimed. And it sort of changed the whole way it forced the Emerald Enclave in a way to care about more of the forest than just their islands. Yeah, it makes sense. There is definitely going to be waystones and such left. So you're trying to find them.
Yeah.
That would not be incredibly difficult, I think. I think that would be let's say minimum difficulty 3, gather information.
Okay.
Now you do have the acting within the Golfmere.
Yeah, +2 bonus whenever the Enclave defends or contests an enemy action within the Golfmere is what the...
Yeah, no, they're not really
Lords of the
defending or contesting.
Where are the
There's no one to
stones?
stop them except for their own...
Yeah.
It's 100 years ago.
Time. Is there... What were these things? Who did this?
We'll ask the trees, and it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Why? Why does it always have to take a while? Being informed, influence, and sovereignty. That is 7 dice, and Emissary Leaders here will be assisting for that. So 8 dice. Yes.
Yeah,
Fair
she
bit of
finds
fives.
several of the waystones. to defend the islands, right? They were blessed lands. You basically didn't show up back then in this area unless you were a druid, and certainly unless you were a member of the Emerald Enclave. They were not. The way we've seen them is even a little bit nicer than they used to be. They're very isolationist.
Yeah, they were dicks, and in future D&D they become dicks again.
Are we to understand that the Emerald Enclave is a nicer place when there's a green dragon leading it?
As it turns out. They were forced to care a little bit, and that, yeah. A lot of them, of course, are also trees, wood structures and whatnot, treants at the beaches and such, that haven't really done a whole. It's just sort of still guarding the non-existent beaches now, which is just like slightly sandy cliffs, right? Yeah, but they're definitely there now. Basically, what I imagine you're trying to do here is you want to implement that along a much greater.
Yes,
step.
basically like gathering this together so that like pooling and harnessing like this energy, which we'll work on to then like implement a much grander ritual.
Yeah.
These are basically like reagents for us.
Yeah, you have accomplished what you're supposed to do. Found them, and certainly it is excellent thought to use what was already used before, because we know it works, right?
Yeah,
even if you might want to make it more specific, aberrant, powerful.
That's no effort wasted, right there, baby.
Yeah, someone else has invented this.
Someone else already did it. The other thing I'm going to have, and this is going to be something that the were-rats are going to be flung at. So I know in Proscure that there are Théans that are still squirming around, and that's because Proscure is kind of like unaffiliated. And so I think what Emissary Legithir is going to have her were-rat operatives do is topple the government of Proscure. Currently, they're like nominally a protectorate of Cormyr, but she figures if they weaken them enough, and then maybe she influences Eriabor, Proscure gets picked up by the Lord's Alliance, and then the Théans aren't going to be able to stay there.
All right. Yes, you want to topple the government of a minor.
Yes.
Because I love your beautiful mind.
like it's not enough
to make. Come up with this, but
It's not enough to make Proscure want to join Eriabor, because like Lord's Alliance, because Proscure has no like pull or sway in that. But if Proscure like dissolves, then Eriabor, being the natural power in the region, will obviously have to step in.
Are we confident that Grimmith isn't an actual green dragon? Like, are we like? How sure?
I think it's some sort of undead reaper, actually.
Oh.
Let's see. Influence and treasure is 7 dice.
Now, you're trying to do a pretty advanced thing here with this.
Yeah.
And I want to establish they are not a faction. They probably have around a 3 sovereignty.
Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not trying to delete like their entire like
city,
like Resurgence, like the anarchy, but like to create a weakness that like someone may end up exploiting, which is hopefully not the Théans.
So there's 2 ways we could do this, right? We could put a minimum difficulty on it, or we could have it require a couple of rolls to basically diminish their sovereignty to the point where that would.
A minimum difficulty seems reasonable for that. After all, it is the 1-roll engine.
Yeah, I think a 4.
Okay.
That's sort of to destabilize the city enough that they might that the merchants who have made the deal with Cormyr would be maybe not kicked out, but lose favor enough that the merchant council would elect others, who would then have to renegotiate it somewhere.
Okay. Influence and treasure, check to confirm that. 7 dice. Triple 10s, double 8s.
Oh, so that's 10s, which means it's done in exceptional fashion.
And the 8s are to hide that my were-rats have done this.
Yeah, that works. Just bad luck. It's a bad time to be there. Everything doesn't work. And would you know that he apparently, like, the merchants in control skimmed on everything. I mean, they probably did, but now it's proven. And
now it is true.
They cheated on their taxes and did terrible things, and Cormyr is going to come down on them and then throw their defenses off. And I mean, a 10 basically means that there's no. You get it exactly how you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they throw the Coherans off, and I think the threat here manifests pretty quickly. Once there's any sort of debate about what happens, right? Because there's some people who are beings, maybe they're people who are quick to jump on this potential of a bit of loot and victory with their monstrous hordes here. Let's just put that down here. That's a Chimerian city. That's even Sebrius should see that as a victory. And Erebor seeing that, they don't like dragons and monsters and whatnot. Normally they would hire adventurers to do it, but these adventurers are terrible. Not going to accomplish a whole lot.
To fight
Now,
dragons?
the Lord's Alliance
Probably
does
not.
get to use the adventurer die twice, which means they would have a pair of ones. Which is still not fantastic.
I think the Emerald Enclave, I don't know, I might be able to send like a donation in the form of treasure. Because there's Thayans, there's undead there in Proscure, and the Emerald Enclave would like to see it that civilization does take out the Thayans that have roosted there. I can kick them some money, right? Like temporarily deduct like some of my treasure,
Yeah.
or like raise money. I'm like, okay, yeah, we'll do that.
Well, help the poor merchants of Proscure.
Of
They
Erebor.
neglected the road to Colmir, and suddenly dragons and monsters. Yes, and Erebor, you're helping. You're doing things. Yeah,
Yep.
I absolutely see them trying to move in. They have mercenaries, if nothing else, to double 10. Tell these dragons to go home, take a rest. The dragons are not committed to this.
Oh
right?
my god.
They
No,
take
Double
they're
money.
double
black
fours.
dragons also.
Yeah. And Lord's Alliance
They saw they brought one ballista and they were like, nope.
will absolutely tell the Thayans, you're not welcome. You can go right away. Lord's Alliance, not fan of Thay. By the way, neither of the Druids of the Emerald Enclave. They've had enough conflict with them now that it's like, those people,
Mhm.
they're just here to whatever they're doing, it's usually bad for everybody else, including the natural world,
That's-
every aspect. Besides, they want to they have a lot of things, the Thayans, where they like to take natural spirits and then
Yeah.
drain them of power and use their husks to build things,
Yeah.
which is somewhat of a bit of a natural vandalism.
Just like,
Yeah.
a sacred spirit. There's almost none left. Let's put it in my shoes so they're
Those have been the long-standing attitudes I've leaned into, and my way to like guide the Emerald Enclave to doing what I want. I think
Yeah.
with how smashingly successful
Really?
that was, I think the Emerald Enclave is like, well, you guys did too much this year. Like, it's time to go like spread out again. Like, that's enough organization for you all. Yeah, I'm done then.
damn.
Unless
That
I'm
was,
prompted by some other action.
As the Lord's Alliance makes contact with Cormyr,
Success!
and although Cormyr is not interested in joining the Lord's Alliance, they would be a destabilizing sized power to the Alliance. They certainly will help to they've got a big stuff to deal with right now. If someone else wants to take care of defending the innocent in the Dragon Coast and fighting some dragons, that's perfectly acceptable to Cormyr right now. They're not territorially committed right
Yes.
now to anything. They're just
We have to limit the influence of dragons, says the.
they're just trying to live.
Yeah, that was incredible. So
Well, yeah, unless prompted by other action, I guess it depends on whether the Red Banner host like just tries to
Mhm.
camp into this city instead of just raiding. I'm done for the year.
The Red Banner host actually, given the weakness of the adventurers, I was going to see this. They're going to take over this town entirely.
Oh,
I say
that's
it's
gonna-
Red. Which Anglespark is very displeased about. The city of Nathalek, they would do a thing, as it turns out, but I don't think we will have them prepare for next year's experience. It's fine.
Sure.
I think. Don't want to push too far over. The siege.
I mean, it's the final session of the year.
It's true. Gotta set the stage, right? The most important conflict of the campaign. What
The
happens
Red Banner host
at the
versus
Assam trading post, and the triple interests of Nathlik, the Red Banner host, and Anglas Bach, Lord of Termish. You
the
know,
Dragon King himself.
maybe
Yeah, I was gonna
Erlkazar
say the
will even
Dragon
get
King.
involved.
Excuse you.
You know, I mean, what will happen? What will happen, folks? Too much to bear. What a
Yeah.
cliffhanger!
What will
You
happen
know,
when the
that's
epic tier dragon
that's the
gets
kind of thing.
pissed at your place?
So
Yeah.
where will the Thaans build their portal next? Somewhere in the
Yeah.
mountains of the Stormhorn?
Are Thayans done? Probably not. They're never
Pro-
done. But we could, for now, maybe. They're gonna have to sail back here. There's a bunch of bad things in the way. Put this
Over
here.
here in the Troll Mountains, there is
There we go. We can look forward to that.
a statue of Wailing Dwarf. I mean, they could build a portal there. Just
And what news do we have on front?
No secret about that. That's coming, folks.
The first thing that's noticed, and I'll put this out there now, but not a full assault yet. Is that along the coasts of the Gulfmere, and in many of the small like water holes and creeks and such, they will begin to find first strange mists that begin to move across the line of the woods here, the coast. Of course, the druids, having some control of the weather, will do a lot of this, but the forest is big. And so in the places that are covered, many of the water sources will begin to congeal into thick oozes, joining with those that come from the sea, crawling and walking up the beaches. Oozes made of liquefied bodies melded together in strange ways, and all of them echoingly singing a song. Not a human song, not a song with words, but one of a guttural screeching chorus that fills the minds of those who hear it with madness. A madness that, as its most profound effect, has them join in. Song of madness brought to the
Start a
Gulfmere
clock.
Forest.
The siren song.
All the while the oozes are beginning to devour the heat and corrupt everything. Yes, but let's have the response be a next year thing. We'll have this happen in winter, right?
Okay.
And we can, in next year, as it turns out. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Constipated.
So the last session of 2020 ended with a bang as Valignith went skyrocketing from the Cloud Giant mountain peaks. This session was very close to death for Valignith. This was a very close to death, like intense and exciting exchange that Vercingetorix chose to have solo against a powerful adversary that could have rendered her unconscious or stunned her.
Oh yeah, it was,
and then converted her into a mount.
That's why I kept it was pretty far into the combat until I used my +4 to defenses, because I was like, if she manages to hit me, I'm gonna need to not.
Mm-hmm.
I can't beat. I'm not a mount.
Yeah, that would have been. Man, sometimes as a DM, you're like, oh my, this could turn out really bad, or this a big possible turn. But as a player, also, isn't it kind of exciting to commit to something you shouldn't?
It is. And then I think also, for me, it's something I've struggled with, because we are dragons and we're just not always gonna be working together. I was like, how the fuck what do you do when you don't have any way to access your healing surges?
We saw the prep work there.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You throw money, a lot of money at the problem is what you do. Many people don't realize how much money clerics save you for.
It's really cost effective. Divinity is just such a good choice.
That's great.
Yeah.
So that was intense and exciting there to cap off the 2021.
I like that Malachi was just like, yeah, I mean, I guess you were starting to like how does he work towards defeating powerful opponents, and then immediately in the session, I was like, oh, I'll throw myself at this person.
And to God
Oh.
kill.
Yeah,
Start with the High Priest. Where we're
yeah.
at.
I mean, Bane
Yeah.
is not in favor, but
I don't think even the defeat of this High Priestess means Bane's not in favor.
no.
Bane's had a lot of victories, and
Oh
I don't
no,
think.
I mean for me, I don't like him.
You don't like Well, they said that in the end, Cyric won after making every other
Right.
deity his enemy. So
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
the
you've
way to
got
go.
Cyric, Tiamat, and Umberlee cheering you on. Cyric is like, fuck everything. Tiamat's like, fuck Bane. And Umberlee's like, he
Give
doesn't
me
pay
money and fear
Yeah.
me.
You didn't pay me enough.
which this was like she's literally the bitch queen. I'm like she's one of my favorite gods. It's just
Sure.
she's straight about it.
I am glad that you enjoyed my haymaker at the Théans and Proskir.
it worked
No,
out
that's
well.
incredible.
Worked out well. Now the
did.
Lord's Alliance have extended their reach here. But I mean, they're very much a defensive alliance, right? They're not going to go attack
Yeah,
anybody.
but they
That's not
threw
what
the
they're
fans
for.
out, and that's what we needed.
and while Erebor is there, like this also, like Proskir is also really far away from the rest of the members of the
Oh,
Lord's
yeah,
Alliance.
you're a
So,
voice here. It's basically their little sphere of influence here, backed
Yep.
up by the likes of Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter.
Mhm.
And then like the
Right.
Lure War and the Mithril Hall and such in the north, right? That's real sort of power brokers. But no, they're not. Their eyes are the other way.
yep. Now these taglines can be changed. Proskir
Oh,
and Priya Pearl. Not the new protector of Cormier any longer.
And no goddamn ban portals.
At least not on our side that we're aware of.
Well, there will be one on my side soon.
No one will know about that. It's okay.
I mean, hopefully not. Yeah.
All right,
I spy on you. Oh, hey.
yeah. Good work, team. Good work, Ari, telling a story and surviving the telling of that story.
Yeah.
yeah.
Would have been awkward, huh? New year, new
different.
me, mount
mean,
physique
I mean,
tricks.
it wouldn't have been awkward because it was very much the story that like Manikai definitely foreshadowed that she was a serious deal, and at any point,
Yeah.
like that wasn't a fight you were forced to take, and you, like that was the story you were choosing to tell.
And as
Yeah,
such,
well,
your
see
reward,
it done.
you don't got to deal with those anymore.
That's basically see it done, right? Like, can we make it like take out the distraction so you can continue to what actually
Yeah.
matters?
Yeah, that's because you like the flying devils and all that other terrifying shit like gets back. It's just gonna be like a collective shrug and, well, who's the next person on the list to serve?
Yeah, they're gonna go to Severus.
They'll just take the
bastards.
soul and be off, really.
Yep, it's like, well, we still win. We get her soul. No big deal. Not Bane's.
He's a powerful person. All good.
I don't know. I can't like the High Priestess of Bane. Like
Yeah,
she's still
but
going
I
to
don't
Bane.
know that
Like,
they
Yeah.
get that soul.
No,
I don't think
Bane,
they get
Bane
that.
paid with something else.
yeah, Bane was
Yeah.
Probably
Someone
the
else's soul.
opportunity. The opportunity, yeah. But
yeah.
Hell
Still won.
Hell tries to always win. That's the thing. They never
I-
really accept it. Even when they lose, it's usually like, oh, but we kind of were okay with that because that means we get to have this thing.
Yeah. No. Yeah. They'll never. And if something goes like, "Oh, I planned that all along," and you're like, "Really?" Okay. I'm sure
Yeah,
that's what happened.
We also completed the goal.
Yeah,
You
we
removed the
did.
Church of Bane. Coach,
Murdering those
Ari,
goals,
you
like,
again can begin thinking about another one.
Yeah. Every session, just chewing
Well,
them out.
it's efficient. It's a hard goal.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. It's okay. You have until the 2022 to think of a new goal.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't do the whole like New Year's resolution. So instead, on New Year, I can be thinking about what should my dragon do in the new year.
Merry Christmas, dear viewers. Happy New
Merry
Year.
Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Now Ari doesn't have to update her avatar or feel like some sort of quasi guilt.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Just imagine.
could have been great next year.
I don't. If we're still playing this campaign at the end of 2022,
That would be
Probably- I
surprising,
mean,
wouldn't it?
I mean that No, that can't be true. We wouldn't do that. 7 levels, right? It can't take that long, right?
Good work
Right?
again, Ari. Take care.
Yes, we'll see you.
Ah,
God.
all right, stream. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, as we did. Okay? And yeah, I'll say have a merry Yuletide and solstice and so forth. And from here, well, this will be the last episode of Dredge of the Dragon Coast until after New Year's. So far, we're planning to go back to the 7th. We'll see if that changes and let you know on the channel. Nothing else, you can always catch the VOD on YouTube. Ideally the day after it has aired. I try to get them up as soon as possible. You can watch it at your leisure. All right. With that, we will go off and just say happy holidays and a happy New Year.
Holidays.